Good evening. Sherry, if you have roll call, please.
Councilmember Abelson.
Here.
Councilmember Fideli.
Here.
Councilmember Lyman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Pardue Akamoto.
Present.
Mayor Quinto.
Here. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag or observation of a moment of silence with Councilmember Greg Lyman.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. We had a commission interviews the last hour, and we will continue to make our interviews, and we should get more people into our boards and commissions probably in the next few weeks. Let's start with council staff communications. We'll start over here. Councilmember Fideli.
Welcome, everyone. It seems like it's been a long time since we've been here. We had an election, so that was interesting. And I have more than I usually have, but it's really good stuff. So I wanted to first congratulate Janet Abelson and Gabriel, our mayor, for being reelected. Somehow I knew they would, okay, the way things were. And I want to thank the citizens of El Cerrito for the Measure V that passed. I posted my views and acknowledgments on Facebook, but I'm pleased with the vote because it means it will be able to contribute and enhance our quality of life here in El Cerrito, and with few people being impacted by the new taxes, as few as possible. I had a meeting last week with the Financial Advisory Board, and we had a discussion on the oversight of the money that will be coming into our city, the tracking of it, and I think we're going to try, and our goal will be to be transparent as possible as to how we spend that in the future. So thank you very much. One of the things I think we should think about spending it on, and it certainly has gone up to the top of my list, is fire prevention. It's been a tough time for all of us in this city, in our state, and our nation. And I'm probably like the rest of you, waking up every day and the disaster still goes on and the news never gets better. So we really have an asset here with Measure V and the monies that we can spend to make a year-long prevention program in our hills, our natural hillside areas. It's really critical. And the air is finally beginning to lift a little bit today, so we know what life is like again, but we can't forget what's happened. We have some extra resources, so thank you again. The Human Relations Commission is planning on doing an incredible 30th anniversary Martin Luther King March coming up. And the plans are happening now. People are getting involved. There's information on our website for the third decade, really the first in the Bay Area of the Martin Luther King March, and it's pretty famous, and I hear it's going to be some New Orleans themes going on, and people are encouraged to contribute. So I encourage people to go to the El Cerrito website and see what's happening there. I want to congratulate people, our city staff, and the city for our El Cerrito LEED rating that we just got. Only 75 cities have attained this, and we should be proud of those efforts and our city staff and all of us for moving us toward that. It's pretty incredible achievement. An achievement I'm hoping that we can move on more quickly, which is also involved with environmental issues, is our plastic straws issue. And I wanted to take this moment, since we get to speak, of pushing a little harder here in the city to get that resolution before us so that we can work with our Environmental Quality Commission to get something done. I think we're falling a little behind. Richmond has a good foodware ordinance, a good model that we can use. And the city of Fremont has passed a resolution which speaks to their intention, so they can reach out to the community, so that we can talk to our retailers, our food service folks. And I would like to just ask city staff if hopefully early in the new year, we can get a draft resolution coming to us so we can look at it, work with the Environmental Quality Committee, because they're planning a big effort next year, and maybe in July, to have a plastic-free El Cerrito. So it's something that I think we should be working on. And finally, along with the mayor and Janet Abelson, I went to the St. Peter's 65th anniversary of the church in El Cerrito here, 65 years of serving spiritually our community. And it was quite a sermon. It was an incredible sermon, and it made me feel good. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Abelson.
Okay, I don't think I really have much to add because I think
Did
Paul.
I do it all for you?
You did kind of do it all. That's okay.
Won re-election, so you rest.
There's been a lot going on. One thing that I've been thinking about and doing some about is trying to get some things going to be better prepared on the issue of what to do when things happen, such as the terrible smoke that we've been having. And I've been talking to John Joy about it, and we're going to be convening some people. Not so much an El Cerrito thing, but a broader thing. Because what I see out there is people either don't know what masks to get, for example, or they can't get it anyway. And that's a very scary thing when you can't see more than 20 feet, say. So we're going to be working on some things, and I'll let you know as things progress what we're doing. So, and my boards and commissions have all been canceled for this month.
Mayor Pro Tem.
This month, I was able to go to the Environmental Quality Committee, and they are working on their action plan, and they are definitely looking at how we will deal with plastics in the city of El Cerrito. And I'm looking forward to the work that they'll be presenting us, just as Councilmember Fedeli is. And then I just wanted to echo Councilmember Fedeli in that thank you very much, the citizens and residents of El Cerrito, for voting yes on Measure V. And I promise to be responsive and responsible with the money that will come from that. And we are very interested in, I mean, there's not anybody here that hasn't been thinking about fire lately. And we want to respond to you and do what we can to make us prepared and a safe city, and make sure that everything that we do is very thoughtful, and we want to work together. So I just wanted to make sure that that's my intention, and as the next year comes up, that's what I really want to work on. Thank you.
And I'll build on my fellow council members' remarks. First of all, it's the week of Thanksgiving, and we should all be grateful that rain is coming tonight. We should be grateful, as Councilmember Fedeli pointed out, that 11,400 or more people voted in our election, of 16,000, so over a 70% participation rate in our election here in El Cerrito. We should be grateful that we're in a community where people actually stand up and voice their issues and vote. Paradise shows us a few things. Interface with natural areas, the need for reserves, and how fragile we all are, including a community. Measure V revenues can go towards making El Cerrito more resilient and compassionate. In my opinion, I'm going to go a little bit further than my council members, so that's why I said I was going to build on them. I think it's premature to make any mid-year budget changes, except for, and I think they all said it, except for dealing with some of the fire hazards in our hillside natural area. I was out there a couple of weeks ago. I want to really thank Public Works and the fire department for what you've been doing in the hillside natural area. It's making a difference. and we should continue to look at ways to do that. So I would be interested in when we get a mid-year budget, to hear how we can potentially use some of our funds in the short term to continue that work. However, in my opinion, the initial revenues over the next 5-6 months should really be going towards our reserves. And that's a big lesson that we're learning from Paradise. 5 months is almost $1 million. We have a presentation from our auditors tonight, and I'll be curious to see what their presentation is. But $1 million towards our reserves would take our reserves from 3% of the general fund to 6%. And there was a mention about the Financial Advisory Board. Our current reserve policy is to target for 15 and try and be at 10, and we're not there. So I'm strongly recommending that we not rush to spend these revenues, but let them accumulate and build the financial reserves and financial resiliency that we need to weather the type of tragedy that Paradise is going through. But equally important, we need to take the time to decide how to wisely use these revenues. We need to gather community input so that how we use it is something that we all support. We plan to use the revenues to fully staff our police department, build financial reserves, maintain existing buildings, possibly go towards a library and affordable housing. As I said earlier, certainly we want to work on the Hillside Natural Area. The list of possible uses exceeds the revenue stream. And I would like us to conduct working sessions to openly discuss the city's priorities. So as we move into next year, I would be grateful if we could have one of our study sessions to talk about the city's priorities. To the real estate community that's out there, I want to make sure you know that we are doing a lot of planning on how to implement the collection of this. We want it to be smooth, with a lot of information communicated to the real estate community. So staff is working through details, and I would be grateful for you guys to reach out to staff, and hopefully we'll have informational flyers and handouts and updates on our website soon, including how the rebate will work, because that certainly is something that we want to encourage. It's there for both sellers and buyers to take advantage of. And if you're a seller over the next month, now's the time to actually be working on your rebate, accumulating your rebate and making sure that it's applicable towards your sale. For the timing, this goes again to the real estate community, many bureaucratic things need to occur in order for the tax to start being collected. The exact timing is not known. We need things like the certification of the election. We need to actually file our charter with the state. And the county who actually is collecting it needs to be given instructions. So we don't know the exact date, but most likely it'll start sometime between December 14th and January 10th. So that's sort of the best we can do at this time, predicting when this tax will go into place. So I want to thank all the voters who voted. I want to thank the voters that voted yes. What we are looking at is a Measure V revenue of about $50,000 a week. And that's going to make a big difference both in our police department, staffing it up, the 3 or 4 vacant positions that we have, but it's also going to make a difference in all our lives as we develop the priorities on how we want to spend it. So thank you.
Councilmember Lyman, thank you so much. As Mayor Valserito, I would like to say thank you to and congratulations to my partner here, Councilmember Abelson. She and I won our reelection, and we're grateful to the voters here in El Cerrito. Know that the voters in El Cerrito have always made, they vote in huge numbers, and I'm proud to say that many of you delivered, and we were able to get more people voting in this off year than at any other time. It's been quite a while, but know that El Cerrito has always had a presence regionally when they vote, and the voters have spoken, especially here in El Cerrito, and gratitude to all of you who voted. And so I echo what my council members have mentioned here regarding Measure V and regarding many of the things that we all need to work on together. So know that with the letters that you have sent to me personally regarding the many things that all of your concerns and many of you here are here because of that, I want to say thank you for being here this evening. So also I wanted to mention some of the things that I have done between the last council meeting and today. I was able to attend the Eden Housing anniversary of 50 years, and I attended that with staff here, and know that it started at an IHOP on Mission Boulevard 50 years ago. So they served pancakes to the guests there. So and Eden Housing plays an important role in what we're doing here for affordable housing. And yeah, next door we'll have a beautiful grand opening in the next few months. And also I attended, I was a guest by the mayor of San Francisco to attend Filipino History Month. There was a beautiful ceremony, and I was invited by Mayor Breed to attend that with the other Filipino American electeds. And that was a very nice event. So I thank the mayor of San Francisco for inviting us. I also attended the League of Cities meeting in Orinda on the 25th, as well as the mayor's conference in Orinda. I attended the Council of Industries luncheon last week, and last night I attended the League of the East Bay Division League, where I'm on the board of directors of the East Bay Division, where we had a planning session. And again, on Sunday, I was able to join my colleagues here for the 65th anniversary of the CME Methodist Episcopal Church. Let's go to oral communications to the public. All persons wishing to speak should sign up with the city clerk. Remarks are typically limited to 3 minutes per person. I may reduce the time limit per speaker depending on the number of speakers. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. Comments regarding non-agenda presentation and consent calendar items will be heard first. Comments related to items appearing on the public hearing or policy matter portions of the agenda are taken up at the time the City Council deliberates with each item. Individuals wishing to comment on any closed session scheduled after the regular meeting may do so during this public comment period. Sherry, how many do we have?
We have about 18 for just this part of the agenda.
Okay. Let's reduce that to 2.5 minutes per person.
Unfortunately, my timer won't let me do 2.5 minutes.
2.5 can
Two
be.
or three, unless I count by hand.
Okay, let's do 2 minutes per person then.
Okay. The first 3 speakers are Cordell Hindler, Alan Moskowitz, and Al Miller.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Quinto. Waiting for the start. So I'm Cordell Hendler, resident of Richmond. So I have some Christmas gifts to share with you all. You are cordially invited to attend a performance of Ripcord. It's a wonderful show. I didn't bring the flyers with me tonight. Darn. So, but it's really a funny performance. So you should come see it. It's only $30 at the door. So, but if you get the youth rate, it's only $15. So that's one. And then number 2 is I'm putting together an agenda, an item for you to present to you at some city council meeting next. So, because I've been doing my research, other cities around us, they do have a travel policy, and I said, that's not a bad idea. I think that El Cerrito should be on the same page because Richmond has a travel policy, San Pablo has one, but not El Cerrito. So I'm putting it as an item to be put on the agenda for next time. And then lastly is hopefully, if you recall a few months ago when we had the people came here to talk to you about the the rising cost of pensions. So I'm thinking this is something that this is going to relate to when we get to the agenda item. So that's it. I'm going to give my time to Alan.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Alan Moskowitz, and I'm the owner of a property at 6317 Fairmount. Unfortunately, it's adjacent to the Pick and Pack liquor store, which is kind of the blight of the neighborhood. And so daily, when I come to work, I have to pick up trash that comes from people that whatever, customers there. People urinate on my property. I've had to clean up vomit, defecation, human defecation. Anyway, I'm just tired of it. And there used to be a trash can. And what I'd like to see is that the city require that customers be able to use their bathroom. And if they don't want to do that, then maybe they could put a porta potty out there or something, because it's not just a nuisance, it's a health hazard. And, you know, I pick up broken glass, liquor containers, tobacco, you know, cigarette packs, cigarette butts, you name it. But anyway, there used to be a trash can on the Fairmount side, city trash can, although it got moved over to San Pablo Avenue. Maybe you could add an additional one or require Pick and Pack to have their own trash can out there, because there's a lot of trash coming from them every day. I mean, I literally do it every morning. So anyway, so I'd like to see the city do more, to require them to do more, or something be done. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Quinto, council members and staff. I'm here tonight as, excuse me, as a homebound volunteer for the Contra Costa County Library System. I just want to inform people about it. A short statement is it's Meals on Wheels with books. Library patrons that, for whatever the reason, have mobility problems or can't get to the library to pick up or return their books, they can sign up at the library and have the books, the DVDs, the library materials that they want put on hold. Then they're told that the material is available. The patrons then call the the Homeward Bound volunteer like me, and we go to the library, we get their materials, we deliver them to their homes. Sometimes we chat a while, whatever. And then we take the materials that they're done with, bring them back to the library. It works out well. Right now, unfortunately, in the city the size of El Cerrito, I'm the only homebound volunteer at the El Cerrito Library. I have 4 customers, and that's about all I can handle. So I'm recruiting both people to take part in the program and people to serve as volunteers in it. I've never had a close relationship with people that I didn't know until I started this, that have been so grateful for the little time it takes me to get books from the library to their home, and then their material back to the library. It's a great program. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 3 speakers, Gary Prost, followed by Kathy Fleming and Michael Fisher.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Gary Prost. I live on Contra Costa up here in El Cerrito. Last time I spoke was in late September to warn that the Diablos were coming, and they did. And I asked you to do something about the fire pit on the hillside, and you did, and I thank you for that. But one of the learnings, or among the learnings from the camp fire, is that anything less than the smooth flow of traffic evacuating people is going to cause a loss of life. And things that impede the smooth flow of traffic are burning vegetation, parked cars, abandoned cars, traffic signals and stop signs, down power lines. In Denver and other cities I've lived in, we have snow evacuation routes. But as far as I know, we don't have any emergency fire evacuation routes. and I think we should. They should be posted clearly so everybody knows how to get out of a neighborhood if there's a fire coming. And those fire evacuation routes should only have parking on one side of the street because we have narrow streets. And if there's a red flag warning, there shouldn't be any parking on the street allowed. I mean, they do that in other places like Los Angeles that I'm aware of. The other thing is vegetation overhanging or right up against the road. Sue Duncan here is, I think, is submitting some photos to you showing examples, but in order to avoid this driving through a fire tunnel effect, we need to cut back or at least maintain vegetation that's crowding the roads. And if at all possible, power lines should be buried because they're going to fall on the road, or the falling power lines or snapping limbs are going to down a power line. And we've seen that this has been the cause of some of these fires. I would encourage building codes to be toughened to fire-resistant construction materials. And finally, my last point, air raid sirens should be brought into use to warn people of fires if they happen, especially at night, and if it's hot and air conditioning units are running, or if it's cold and heater units, furnaces are running, people aren't going to hear that there's a fire out there unless there's something like an air raid siren to warn them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kathy Fleming. I'm a resident of El Cerrito, and I'm here to talk to you tonight about the recent passage of Measure V. And it's a great opportunity for us to generate much-needed resources. What brings me here tonight is that I am concerned about the oversight and accountability of the funds, and I want to encourage us to track the revenues and expenditures separately from the general fund, because I feel like we have a great opportunity to instill some trust with the citizens of El Cerrito and to have the funds commingled with the general fund and not to be able to specifically see what's being budgeted and funded with these revenues. I think that would be a problem. I also think that the ballot was passed not overwhelmingly, which means that we did not have overwhelming support for this measure. So I think this is also an opportunity to build trust with the citizens. Also, if we're able to report out annually on how the funds are budgeted and expended, we can also be more flexible with the revenues each year and be more responsive to city needs. So, we can have a more responsive governance over the funds. So that's my general sentiment is please let's track these funds separately. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Michael Fisher, Jeff Nolly, Robin Mitchell, and Howdy Gowdy.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name's Michael Fisher. I live in El Cerrito, and I have the privilege to be your library commissioner. Councilmember Fedeli, I was at the library today. There is information about plastic straws at the checkout desk. You might be happy to know that on there. Our library was closed starting on Thursday of last week due to smoke. And because of the age of the library, its windows do not close in an airtight manner. And since the entrance is not a modern airlock type system, every time someone would enter or leave the library, they bring in more smoky air. The bad air inside the library made it not usable as a refuge that we expect our libraries to be. The air also caused some librarians to go home sick, resulting in not enough employees to allow the library to stay open even if it were otherwise desirable. The condition of the library also contributed a year ago to the inability to use the library during the summer previouses extraordinary heat wave and could not be a cooling refuge. A new library, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, would have an appropriate HVAC system that would permit the library to be a clean air refuge and a workable environment during smoky times, and a cooling refuge during times of heat. This is in addition to it being a refuge of other sorts so important to our civilization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a point of no interest?
Go ahead.
Just a statement. I was at the library today at 10 o'clock when it's supposed to open, and it wasn't open, so I sat there and waited about 20 minutes, and nobody came. There was no signage on the door, so I assumed it was closed because of the air issues, but I'm just saying it would have been nice to have had some signage on the door saying why it was closed today. Oh, never mind.
Good evening.
Hello, I'm Jeff Nall. I live on Pomona Avenue at Cross Street, Stockton. And I'm here to talk about encourage the city to continue to encourage the city to consider rent stabilization. My girlfriend and I, we moved to El Cerrito 25 years ago because we wanted to live in a diverse place that had people of all economic situations. And there is a wonderful range of people that live in El Cerrito. We got married, we had blessed with 2 daughters who've grown up, they're young women now, and it's been a really wonderful place for them to spend their childhood. They're very open to people of different places, different types, and it's much different than the place I grew up in, and I was excited to find a place like this for them. So I do want landlords to have a reasonable return on their investments, at the same time giving tenants a peace of mind to budget for reasonable increases. I'd also like to point out that rent stabilization can boost the local economy by allowing renters to have more disposable cash. I don't consider housing just any consumer good. It's a necessity of life, and like air and water, it can be regulated like any other public good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Robin Mitchell.
Good evening.
I live in El Cerrito, and I'm also talking about housing affordability, and I wanted to read a couple paragraphs from the resolution that the Human Relations Commission put together that they wanted to have on this agenda, but for whatever reason it couldn't be on your agenda this time. Hopefully it'll be on the agenda in December. But I just wanted to read you, so they did a lot of really good research, and I just wanted to point it out. So they say the majority of El Cerrito renters spend more than 35% of their household income on rent. And research has found that those who spend more than 35% of their household income on rent are twice as likely to be hospitalized for hypertension and twice as likely to be hospitalized for mental illness and are 3 times as likely to develop mental health issues. Research has also found that children of housing insecure families have lower parental involvement in school, have lower rates of attentiveness in school, have lower rates of homework completion, are more likely to engage in adolescent substance abuse, are more likely to experience teen pregnancy, and are 50% more likely not to graduate from high school. Research has also found that one of the most effective ways to increase public health is to increase housing quality and decrease housing insecurity because of how directly housing insecurity has been found to impact physical and mental health. And I know you're going to talk about housing at the December meeting. I know the staff is recommending non-binding mediation, which I don't think is going to be effective at all. I think there's lots of research that shows that hasn't been effective in other communities. I really think that, especially because the housing shortage is going to become even more acute because of the fires in the north, that we need to have a moratorium on rent increases at the same time that we're being fair to landlords, as the previous speaker said, and we need to also add just cause eviction to that. So hopefully when you discuss in December, you can think about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Howdy Gowdy, it's Nick Galora, Paul Duncan, and Scott Perry.
Good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Howdy Gowdy. I live in El Cerrito. So as Robin mentioned, the Human Relations Commission passed a very thoughtful resolution that I hope you will take to heart. It urged council to establish a temporary anti-gouging moratorium on rents as well as just cause eviction protection to create a safe space to have that more deep conversation about tenant protections and rent stabilization opportunities. Because I think what's being proposed as non-binding mediation is not going to be sufficient to address this problem in a meaningful way. As was said, far too many people are paying more than 50% of their income on rent, and that's just really unacceptable. And as has been alluded to many times tonight, we're experiencing these tragic fires. Just the past year, 23,000 housing units have been lost. That's more than double the city of El Cerrito. So that's going to impact our housing situation, but I think it's also important to reflect on, there's been tragic loss of life, there's people whose lives have been changed by these fires, but there are people's lives changing in our own community because they're being displaced by excessively high rents, and they don't get FEMA help, they don't get insurance, they don't get the empathy, frankly, that's being offered to the people who have had these tragedies. And the tragedies in our own community are just as real, but they're hidden and they're discredited. And all I hear is, oh, we have to accept these market rents. And that's just absurd. That's not, something that we should accept. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nick Galoro, and I live in El Cerrito on Lexington Avenue. Okay, I'm going to start this off with a quote from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. At age 29, she is the youngest woman ever elected to Congress. We launched this campaign because in the absence of anyone giving a clear voice on the moral issues of our time, then it is up to us to voice them. And when no one talks about them, we have the duty to stand up for what is right. And I think that's what we need to do. I think in dealing with the fire issues, that's standing up for what's right, because people's homes can burn down and terrible tragedies can happen. I've tried to stand up for what's right in my life. In the 1970s, I got arrested during an anti-apartheid protest. I also sat in for 2 weeks in San Francisco's old Federal Building for Disabled Rights. My recent issues in the last 3 decades or so have been largely healthcare for all and right to housing and tenants' rights. I've worked with a couple of tenants' rights organizations. We need to support the Human Relations Commission resolution. It's the right thing to do. Tenants, I work with tenants. I can tell you that I get calls from tenants. They don't even know who their landlord is. They work with a property manager. The landlord may live outside the country. Who knows where they are? We have to sometimes see if we can find them. Sometimes we can, sometimes we can't. People are getting, exorbitant rent increases. They don't know what to do. And in fact, in the long run, they can delay the process, but in the end, they really they don't have any rights unless there's some kind of cap on rent gouging and also some kind of just cause eviction ordinance, that sort of thing. So the resolution asks for a moratorium on rent increases that cap the level. It's an anti-gouging ordinance. It asks for the evictions, make sure that evictions occur for just cause, and it's also asking for some reimbursement for relocation expenses, particularly when a building's being demolished. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Paul Duncan, after Paul Duncan, it's Scott Perry and Susan Duncan.
Good evening. I'm Paul Duncan. I live on King Drive in El Cerrito. I was encouraged to hear all of you to speak that fire safety is paramount in your concerns. I mean, it's in the news. It goes without saying that we're all horrified watching the news pictures of the people in Paradise and the people that died. All death is horrible, but the ones that really stuck to me were the people that died in their cars trying to escape. And I can only imagine that was because the roads were blocked. I mean, these people were in operable cars, and they died in their cars. So to piggyback on what Gary Proust said, I think we have to be even more vigilant now to imagine the previously unimaginable things about the El Cerrito Hills on fire, and clear these escape routes and make sure that people have the ability to escape. I'm just afraid that the death toll in Paradise is going to be into the high hundreds by the time all of that gets down. It's just horrifying. So it sounds like you're on the right track, so thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Scott Perry, lifelong resident of El Cerrito. I too am encouraged by the comments by council people regarding Hillside Nature Area and the fire hazard. I'm speaking to you tonight about the ongoing fire hazard in Hillside Nature Area in support of my neighbors' concerns and to reiterate my own concerns with Hillside Nature Area. Also, my sympathies and condolences go to the people of Paradise, California. In short, there's a serious problem and an effective solution. The problem is vegetation, which has been growing unabated for years. The solution is unanimous. It is to reduce and eliminate the vegetation. For whatever reason that allowed the vegetation to grow unabated, the solution is the same. However, the path to the solution, it is the same. The shortest path is the most efficient. We have made our collective concerns known to the council and many city managers. It appears as nothing is being done, and we've had 5 to 6 red flag warnings. Each of these warnings feels like a state of emergency in my own home. If you leave your house, you don't know if it will be there to return. There is a problem, there is a solution. Additionally, in Hillside Nature Area, there are water outlets, small hydrants along the fire roads. These are supplied and controlled by large valves at the entrance at King Court. Yearly, they are repainted red. I had assumed that this implied some maintenance. I found that 4 of the first 5 hydrants were non-operational. Most had rocks jammed inside, locks on the caps were painted shut, or the caps wouldn't open fully. I would like to know what the council plans are and why it takes so long. The processes and procedures are detailed in the LSA report. Your delays in implementing the solution puts all of El Cerrito at a catastrophic risk. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Susan Duncan, it's Robert Howe, Marlene George, and Helen Dickey.
Good evening, Susan Duncan. I'm a resident of El Cerrito. Here we are again, another unimaginable tragedy, still continuing, unfolding. Also, as everybody's already said, Measure V passed, and yes, you guys say you're going to take care of the fire problem. So I've changed my speech. I will say that it would be nice to have a library, a new library, but it would also be nice not to have it burned down. It would be also nice to have the whole El Cerrito burned to the bay. It's not just the hills, it's the whole city, as we've seen time and time again with Santa Rosa, Paradise, Malibu. It's the whole city. It's just not the hills. So, that being said,
I think it's time to review and strengthen the codes for keeping the streets safe, as Paul and Gary have said, from overhanging and side clogging vegetation, to review and strengthen the codes and enforce them for overgrowth on private property, junipers, eucalyptus, pampas grass, and just general overgrown jungles. It's time to clear up the city. So please take this to heart and get busy before we become on the list with Santa Rosa, Napa, Redding, Malibu, Concal, Magalia, and Paradise. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Robert Howe. I've lived in El Cerrito my whole life. I talked before about fire danger in the Arlington Park area, Camp Herms area. Tonight I want to ask about how we go about approaching the Boy Scout camp or any private tree that we do not own or the city does not own. Is it up to the neighborhood? Is it up to individuals? I know as a property owner on Thors Bay Road that I get a letter from the city every year to clear my property, and I do every year because I have a wild area because it's very steep, so I do not have it landscaped or planted. Plus, I couldn't afford the water to water an acre. So my question is, if I, as a homeowner, live next to Camp Herms, do I approach Camp Herms on my own, or does the city approach them, or do we do it together as a neighborhood or as a whole of the whole community? Because I love the trees and all the things. My issue is eucalyptus trees. So, because they're just a bombshell waiting to go if they burn. I'm not against trees by any means. I love them all. But eucalyptus is my only issue. So I'd like to know if I could contact El Cerrito Fire Department and talk with them and approach, because I don't want to offend anybody at the Boy Scouts, because I was a Boy Scout myself and I've lived there my whole life. So I just want to make sure I do it properly and without offending anyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's Marlene George, followed by Helen Dickey and Jeff Levin.
Good evening. My name is Marlene George, and I'm also encouraged to hear that the council members are concerned about the fire risk in El Cerrito, especially in the El Cerrito Hill area. I think that the Paradise Fire was a game changer for all of us, and Measure V now gives us the opportunity to do something about the problem, the risk in El Cerrito. No matter what the priorities were of this council before the Paradise Fire, I think that fire abatement, reducing the risk of fire in El Cerrito should be at the top of the list. I do not agree that we should put money in reserves in the event that there is a Paradise-like fire in El Cerrito. I don't know if that's what was said, but I don't agree with that. I think that we need to put enough money into preventing the fire so that a Paradise does not happen in El Cerrito. Yesterday, my husband and I drove through El Cerrito to try to find an evacuation route for us, that if there is a fire, how are we going to safely get out? And frankly, I was really horrified at what we found. The problem is not just the hillside area. The hillside area is one area of concern, but if you look at all the major arteries that exit El Cerrito, there are large trees that line both sides of the trees. If those trees catch on fire, they're going to fall on the road and they're going to obstruct any vehicle trying to escape, just like these gentlemen referred to. I think we need to have a broader vision for the landscape of El Cerrito as we move forward. Governor Brown, I think it was about a week ago, gave a press conference, and he said that we need to rethink the way we live and the way we plan our communities. And I think that that is an area where we should start. We need to reimagine El Cerrito. We have forest-like trees in El Cerrito, and is that really appropriate for us to have 100 to 120 feet trees in El Cerrito? I think that is, I'm not giving you an answer, I just think we need to look at that. I grew up in El Cerrito, I went to Madera, and believe me, those trees were not that high then, and El Cerrito was beautiful. So I think that we need to broaden our vision. It should not just be, the problem is not just the hillside area, it is the entire community. We need to be able to reduce the risk of fire, and if there is a fire, we need to get out safely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Helen Dickey. I live in El Cerrito. I'm here to add my voice to the issue of a rent cap and just cause eviction. The fires are part of it, but more and more I hear stories of people who simply can't make the rent anymore and they're moving away. And we're losing a lot of good people. So please consider this seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Levin, resident of El Cerrito and policy director with East Bay Housing Organizations. 2 weeks ago, the Human Relations Commission did pass a resolution both expressing concerns about the tenant protection measures that are going forward to council and calling on the city council to adopt a temporary cap on rent increases coupled with just cause while the city takes a much closer look at all of its policy options for protecting tenants who are at risk of displacement. We're strongly in agreement with that. We have real concerns about going forward with a policy for which we have not seen any evidence that it will actually work. And so we don't understand why we would go down a path to implement policies that we have not actually had a look at to see if they will work. And what we recommend instead is exactly what the Human Relations Commission has suggested and what many other cities grappling with this issue have done. We adopt a temporary cap on rent increases. This is not a freeze on rents. It says owners can raise rents by some amount. Cities have done 3%, 5%, 6%. You know, that would be something for us to choose. But they have put a cap on rent increases and just cause protections to just push the pause button and let us maintain the status quo while we look at a full array of options, because I don't think that all of the available options for protecting our tenants have really been looked at, and we do have a number of other ideas that we have not yet had a discussion about. We'd like to do that, but we'd like to do that without putting tenants at risk for several more months while we come to some conclusion around that. And so we would really urge you to do that. The County of Los Angeles, for the unincorporated county, has just adopted exactly this course, a 6-month moratorium with just cause, pending the board coming to some resolution. This is not pending an election. This is just a 6-month freeze while their legislative body deliberates. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last speaker is Sherry Drobner.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sherry Drobner. I live in El Cerrito. I want to echo what Jeff just said to all of you and to say it's really disappointing that you don't have the resolution before you tonight. If you had that resolution, you might have been able to, direct the city staff to bring you back more information or specific language so that come December when you're thinking about how you want to deal with tenant protections, you'd be able to have that option about the rent cap and just cause for eviction along with the other options. Now what will happen is if you're looking at that in December, this whole other part of it is delayed, and while we're talking about other kinds of programs, it's very possible that landlords might decide to raise rents, to move along with evictions and other things that will create greater displacement and not protect renters. So I think it's very unfortunate, and if there's some way to remedy that situation so that you have that information so that the idea of the rent cap and just cause for eviction can be part of that discussion in December and part of the action. That would, I think it would make more sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to adoption of the consent calendar. Minutes from October 16th. We have B, proclamation for the Golden Gate Frontier History Region. C, the Schools and Local Communities Funding Act. D, review body for TDA Article 3, pedestrian and bicycle funding. E, grant deeds to allow lot line adjustments for Mayfair project.
So moved?
Second?
Okay,
I would like to pull two things.
it's, I believe that.
Correction, is the minutes part of that? There was just one addition to the minutes I wanted to make.
Okay, for which
So,
one?
so are you making a substitute motion?
Yes.
And that would be to approve which pieces?
But A and B.
I'll second the substitute motion.
Okay, okay, the substitute motion is in place of,
The substitute motion is in place of the motion to pass everything. The substitute motion is just passing C up through the last one, which is what, E?
okay,
EDE.
okay, good. And do I have a second on that?
Yeah, I seconded it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Do you want to go
Yeah,
through it?
on the minutes, I just had an addition where Councilmember Lyman on page 3 is talking about PUC issues concerning energy issues. We talk about PCIA, and I think if we could just, we have the abbreviation, but I think for the first time we should say the power charge and difference adjustment before that, so that people know what we're talking about. And then secondly, on the proclamation about the Golden Gate Frontier History Region, I was a little confused by it. I don't know quite, where, is there someone that can talk to it just a little bit, or anything about that? Where, because I'm not quite sure what it's proclaiming. Who established the Golden Gate Frontier History Region? We have the Department of Education established the framework for the around the Horn Maritime Route and President Polk for instruction in 8th grade, but there's no information on this.
We might have a speaker regarding that. Yes, sir.
Great, thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good afternoon. Ricardo Gaudino. I'm the Education Director for Golden State History Curriculum Task Force.
Thank you.
And I'm the researcher that saw the conclusion that other parts of the nation have a regional identity that's easily accessible, that is a local key to open up to the national North American perspective. But that we in California, in our region, have not had an identity of seeing the interrelationship between our systemic development in the Bay region. There's been just a lot of hearsay of repeating what somebody else said without looking at the aspect of westward expansion and what those systems and patterns are for analysis. And that's why we spent 20 years to bring forward to the State Board of Education that California youth need to be guaranteed access to basic knowledge of the relationship between transportation systems and settlement, which was passed in the 2016 round. So now that the students can, and the community awareness, now this initiative here is a community awareness initiative. So the components of the writing state facts that have been adopted. So there's no activism here.
Right.
There's no promoting. It's already adopted and law. It's fact.
So there's no anniversary associated with this? It's not 10 years of studying this, or you're asking the Department of Education to further?
We're not asking anything from them.
Okay, that's what I was
Yeah,
wondering what we
there's
were
no
asking.
request from them at all.
Okay.
Their concern, and what they've said as a priority, is ELA education.
And
So, English language, okay. Where our concern is basic knowledge of economic geography on the item of knowing the founding of your town. Just basic knowledge about the systems that you have in terms of geography, human settlement, that relate to tell the story of your town. So the El Cerrito benefit is that we are moving the whole Bay Area as a region. Now, the region for the Golden Gate Frontier starts with pretty much the wheat economy or wild oats, so it starts in Woodland and goes all the way to San Juan Bautista. Doesn't go across the Salinas River. I mean, you could with Monterey, but right about there at the Salinas River would be the end of it, where, you know, the Spanish and then the Mexican army was stationed at San Juan Bautista, okay, with Castro, and then Castro plays a big role on the frontier as to whether the region is going to be part of the United States or it's going to be part of England. You know, it was a toss-up.
Okay.
So basically what we're doing here is giving a regional identity.
And when you say "we," that's what I'm confused
Golden
about.
State history.
Can you give me 2 sentences about what that is? Golden State history?
Well, Golden
What?
State history, we've been doing research to develop an understanding of the history of our home for the last 20 years.
You're associated with a university or a school system?
No, we're independent scholars, no. The scholarship that we have, while I did an internship at the Bancroft, does stand on the science of identifying what are the influences that have used the resources. And in your particular resolution, what might be confusing to you is that in the writing, the mayor chose a different angle than what we provided as a template. That is being the clarification that Fremont named the Golden Gate. You look at that right there, you can sit here and think about Fremont sitting at Alvarado's Adobe and looking out, and he sees the Golden Gate. I mean, that's fantastic. The sun, the whole thing is right there. Take out the bridge and you got the Golden Gate. So the issue at hand is our people need to have a guarantee of access to a basic story. This is our problem. And everybody in this room probably doesn't know who named America. And there's some other very basic questions. How did the Golden Gate get its name?
So thank you very much. I'm a history major. I just didn't get where this was focusing, so.
Well, let me complete that. See,
Yeah.
We have a time issue here. Let's move on.
I'll make my concluding statement. Okay. The physical science of this particular landmark opens up to guarantee the teaching or the learning of how the Bay Area was formed with its waterways. That's why it's an innovation.
Yeah, no, my question is, what population, you're saying are historic populations of the San Francisco Bay Area, how far back are you going? Because I don't see any mention of the Ohlone here, and I'm just trying to figure out what do you mean by our historic populations?
We'd need a couple more pages if we start detailing out everybody to make it happen. So we just took everybody and said historic populations for everyone.
So it's not intended to exclude any particular
It
population?
is totally inclusive, because if you look at the relationship of human use of the land, that is a story that goes for.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in the economy of trying to think about your time and everybody else's time, we give a picture that we have a regional story. And this is energizing teachers because we're providing them a tool for local engagement that opens up to the North American story.
Great, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Okay, do I hear a motion?
It was.
No, there's been no motion on this one.
I'll make a motion to adopt items 4A, which is the minutes, and 4B, which is a proclamation for Golden Gate Frontier History Program.
Okay, a second. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Abelson, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Okamoto. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Let's move on to presentation. We have a presentation by Joe Greaves, who represents the Alameda County Medical Association, and his presentation will be on the opiate epidemic. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you, Mayor Quinto, honorable members of the council. My name is Joe Greaves. I'm the executive director of the Alameda Contra Costa Medical Association. We represent 4,300 physicians who practice in the East Bay. We've been around since 1860, so literally since this was the Wild West, our organization has been present in the community, and our mission is to bring doctors together to try to address problems impacting their profession and their patients. And one of the areas we're focused on right now is addressing the opioid epidemic. So I was invited to come and share a little bit about the East Bay Safe Prescribing Coalition, which our organization is helping to lead. So I don't know if that jives with that or
Karen.
That's moving.
Had it working before.
This is moving, but this isn't.
IT is coming to the rescue.
Thank you.
I can sort of wing it if you would like.
We got it right there.
Oh, there we go. Great.
Thank you.
So to begin, it's important to acknowledge that we definitely have a problem in our community. You definitely see that in the BART stations. You see it on the streets. You see it in the schools. You see it in the newspapers every day, role models that we look up to who are impacted by this issue. And most importantly, you see it in our families. Too many families have lost loved ones to opioids. But it really is not just about overdoses from opioids. For every one person who overdoses on opioids, there are 659 who report using opioids for non-medical purposes. 25 are seen in an emergency department for opioid-related complications. So the problem runs much deeper than just overdose deaths. It's also a very complex problem that was not created in a day with a lot of different inputs. So that includes the manufacture of opioids, how they're manufactured. There was obviously a lot of scrutiny on companies that engaged in some unscrupulous practices around the manufacture of opioids, how those are marketed, not only to providers, but to patients, direct-to-consumer advertising, regulation around opioids, and this is an important one. About 15 years ago, there was then perceived a problem with the undertreatment of pain. And that was responded to by the Medical Board of California going after physicians who were alleged to be undertreating pain and actually investigating them and in some cases disciplining them. The legislature got involved and actually passed a bill requiring all physicians to go through mandatory continuing medical education on pain management. And the main message there was really, you should be prescribing more opioids. So it is in many ways the involvement of non-medical providers in trying to kind of influence how medicine is practiced that contributed to the evolution of this problem. Certainly prescribers, including physicians, have played a role in contributing to this issue, as have pharmacies. And then obviously once medication is in the community, how we use it is also very important. So making sure that it's used appropriately, and if it is not needed entirely, that it's disposed of safely and is not diverted for unsafe uses. And the impact is very real in terms of how it impacts people's lived experience.
Hi, my name's Janae. I'm from Oakland. So I'm just going to share my personal experience. I've been in recovery since 2006 from methamphetamine. I had surgery in 2010. They thought I had bone cancer, and so they removed it, and it was not cancer, but I was prescribed OxyContin and Norcos in big quantities. I had explained to my doctor that I was in recovery and that I was an addict, and still was given 90 pills in a month's supply. I don't want to blame my doctor because it was for me to do for myself, but I just think that there should be more awareness that checking up on people's past, if they do say that they're in recovery, to take it very seriously. So in the last 30 days, I've been in a program, CDRP. I've been going to Celebrate Recovery. I got back into recovery in the last, we'll celebrate 80 days clean from opiates. And I knew I had a problem when in the morning I would wake up and I couldn't survive without taking a pill. My pain had stopped, but I had still kept taking the medication. And I was still getting prescribed, and once they cut me off, I went to the emergency room. So I passed out and stopped breathing, and I had to get CPR at my job, and so that's when I decided that I was in trouble and needed help. So I went to CDRP, which is a Kaiser program, and got the help that I needed. I just want to get it out there that prescription medication, just because it's prescribed by a doctor, does not mean that it cannot be misused. I feel stronger today because I'm in recovery, but I just want to get it out to the public that it is a very huge problem. So thank you.
And it's stories like this that really led to the creation of the East Bay Safe Prescribing Coalition in 2015. And what we really wanted to achieve was a balanced approach to addressing this problem. As I mentioned, part of the problem was caused by an overzealous approach to trying to treat pain more aggressively. And we thought that it was very important, as we try to address this problem as a community, that we not overreach. And unfortunately, we have a lot of patients in our community, such as the young lady we just heard from, who are dependent on these drugs. Simply going after prescribers, trying to cut off the availability of opioids in the community is not going to help these patients, because their brains are in some ways hardwired to need these drugs. And if they're not getting them prescribed legitimately, they're going to go out on the street and satisfy what their brain is telling them they need through things like heroin, through things like fentanyl, and that's definitely what we're seeing. So we thought it was very important to strike a balance and ensure that patients continue to have access to appropriate pain management, while we are also addressing the overabundance of opioids in the community. So we formed the coalition. The coalition consists of the ACCMA representing physicians, and we're the lead organization, and 4 other groups: the Hospital Council representing hospitals, the Alameda County Alameda Health Consortium, which represents the federally qualified health centers, and then the health departments in each of the 2 counties. Those 5 organizations serve as the steering committee. And we have focused on a number of things. So the first thing we did was try to get all of the EDs, and we were successful in getting all of the EDs, emergency departments in both Alameda and Contra Costa County to adopt consistent guidelines. These are really intended to inform patients about what they can expect with respect to pain management when they come to an emergency department. And what these effectively say is that if you come to the emergency department in acute pain, you can expect to have that pain treated for a limited period of time until you can see your primary care provider or another provider who can manage that pain on an ongoing basis. If you have chronic pain, it is not appropriate to come to the emergency department and expect to be treated for chronic pain. Importantly, these guidelines that are shown here on the right are the same from hospital to hospital, so that a patient understands that if you go to Alta Bates and you see these, you can also expect when you drive up the street to Summit to also see these same guidelines. And all 19 emergency departments in our community have adopted them. We then move on.
What about Kaiser?
Including Kaiser.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, there are some EMTALA rules around whether you can display these in an ED, but they are practicing what the guidelines say and are generally showing them when appropriate after they get through the initial evaluation of the patient.
Thank you.
We then focused on acute pain. So this is basically trying to turn off the nozzle and preventing patients from becoming opioid dependent. So this is promoting things like safer alternatives to opioids, thinking about whether medicine is needed at all. Maybe there are things like physical therapy, acupuncture, or other things that could be safer modalities for treating pain. These guidelines that you see on the right here were derived from emerging guidelines, things from the CDC, from the Medical Board of California, and we formed committees of clinicians to basically look at all of those and distill them down into really tangible, digestible, actionable guidelines that providers could follow in their daily practice. And so what we are currently focused on is really that third group, which is those who are already opioid dependent who still need care, and making sure that they can receive appropriate care that's not going to put them in greater danger. And a big piece of this is really focused on medication-assisted treatment, buprenorphine. It is an opioid, but it is a safer opioid, and it's recommended for patients who are opioid dependent so that they can be stable without subjecting themselves to a lot of risk. So it's really considered a safer alternative. There is quite a bit of focus right now on trying to get more physicians and other prescribers eligible to prescribe buprenorphine. It actually requires a special credential, so we are doing quarterly trainings for physicians in the community to get what's called an X waiver so they can prescribe more buprenorphine. There is also a desire to establish what are known as hub and spoke models, so that you have a place where you have an opioid dependent patient, you can refer that patient to be induced on buprenorphine, which is kind of the heavy lifting part of getting them transitioned off of what they may be using onto buprenorphine, and then you have a network of providers who can manage that care on an ongoing basis. And increasingly, emergency departments are being viewed as a place where you can induce patients on buprenorphine, so we're actively trying to get all of our emergency departments to embrace this model of inducing patients right there in the ED. We're also focused on promoting naloxone, making sure naloxone is available in the community. This is an overdose counter agent that you can give somebody when they have OD'd on opioids, and also making sure that it's available in all of our pharmacies. Pharmacies can actually dispense naloxone without a prescription, but they actually have to have it on hand and be prepared to do that. And then chronic pain, there is a shortage of chronic pain providers and not a lot of knowledge of what to do appropriately, so we're really focused on trying to make sure that primary care physicians feel like they have tools in their toolbox to manage this challenging patient population, so that they're not just abandoned. We are also focusing on always expanding our coalition, so getting urgent cares on board, really engaging with our pharmacies, dentists, other provider groups. Cures is a database that physicians and pharmacies can check when they are prescribing or dispensing opioids. They are required as of October 2nd to check this database regularly, so we're educating them about how to do that. And then we are all about bringing people together to share best practices and, try to make sure that we're moving in the right direction. So what are we seeing? We are seeing some good stuff. Namely, the rate of opioid prescriptions is falling. The strength of the opioid prescriptions that are being written is falling. Dangerous co-prescribings of opioids and benzodiazepines is falling. So those are all really good signs that this work is starting to pay off. We're also seeing buprenorphine prescriptions increase. So these are all very good things. But the problem is likely to become even more visible in the near term. And so what you're seeing is that while rates that would indicate new addictions are trending in the right direction, we're continuing to see, an increase, or at least kind of all over the map when it comes to heroin overdoses or overdoses from synthetic opioids. And that's again because there is not enough capacity to manage opioid-dependent patients within the current infrastructure. And so they are going out on the street and they're seeking out alternatives on their own, and that's definitely not good. So what can cities do? Awareness and engagement, that's an important piece. This is happening everywhere. There really is no community that is immune from this. So it's definitely important to raise awareness. There is a Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month, which is in March. So doing things like, passing resolutions or using the city resources to try to raise awareness about this issue is definitely a great thing for cities to do. And then we need more treatment resources. We need more places where patients who are dependent on opioids can go and get help. So if there are opportunities to create those resources here, embrace them, do not shy away from them. Safe disposal is a hugely important piece of this. In Contra Costa County, there is an ordinance that has been passed by the Board of Supervisors. There is a program called the MEDS Project that will actually pay for prescription drug disposal bins and put them in pharmacies. They will manage that whole process, but pharmacies have to ask for them. So if you have pharmacies in El Cerrito that don't have disposal bins, pressure them to get disposal bins. That is hugely important. The way that kids in particular get into this is by going into the medicine cabinet when their parents haven't used all of the Vicodin that was prescribed when a tooth was extracted, and they start dabbling. So there has to be safe places to throw these drugs away when they're not being used. Compassion is very important. This is an illness. This is not the result of anybody's fault. These are dangerous drugs. They have been prescribed in good faith. This problem has been created by no one action, and it's going to take a compassionate, collaborative approach to really address it. And then lastly, I can't help but point out that it's important that we also think about equity. This is not the first public health emergency that we've had that's drug-related in this country. We have had others, and we have not seen this kind of a community-wide response to them. And I think it's important to point out that the people who are dying from opioids are white. They tend to be relatively better off. And we didn't see this kind of a response when we had a crack epidemic in the 80s. So obviously you can't go backwards, but you can go forwards. And it's important to remember that this is the right approach when we have these public health emergencies, even if it's not just white people who are being impacted. So with that, I want to thank you again for the invitation and happy to answer any questions, but I know you have a big agenda, so.
Any questions?
Yeah, I want to thank you very much for coming tonight. I mean, certainly, if you listen to the radio, if you pick up our Western City magazine, the opioid crisis is front and center in many, many communities. And although I'm not aware of it in El Cerrito, I'm sure it's here.
Oh, yeah,
El Cerrito is certainly not immune to this. You did answer one of my questions, is what can El Cerrito do? And I wrote down awareness, engagement, treatment, resources. But I wanted to find out about, and you may not be able to answer this, the naloxone, you say it, please.
Naloxone.
Naloxone. Naloxone sounds like something that is over the counter, and I know certainly heard stories of first responders carrying it so that they can treat people. So I just wanted to highlight that is something obviously we should be making more readily available to our first responders. But I also wanted to highlight the fact that we do have disposal facilities. I believe our police station should have one in the lobby that's run by Recycle More. Are you shaking your head back there, Chief? We may not, because we have it at the recycling center. So the recycling center, we do have a disposal facility. I have been using it. So I have some senior relatives that, for whatever reason, have a plethora of out-of-date prescriptions that we can use, and it's not just naloxone, it's not just the opioids, it's all of them. So we do have a good disposal facility in El Cerrito that hopefully everybody is aware of, and that is one of the things that awareness and March we can certainly focus on. So thank you.
Yeah, sure. If I could just make a couple comments. Number one, naloxone is not over the counter. It is prescription, but pharmacists can dispense it without a physician writing a prescription.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So I just want to make that point. And the second is that it is very important that these disposal bins be located in pharmacies. That's where patients go when they're thinking about their medications. You know, having them go to police stations or to a recycling center, while it's certainly better than nothing, is not really making it as convenient as we can. And the pharmaceutical industry is actually paying the cost of that meds project, so there is no cost to have those bins. You just literally need the pharmacy to ask for it, and the pharmaceutical manufacturers will pay the cost. So thank you.
And I think the chief is going to come up and talk about our first responders. That's why I'm reading your mind.
Thank you, Councilmember Lyman. I'm Paul Keith, your Chief of Police. I just wanted to also add that your first responders in El Cerrito carry naloxone and are trained to dispense it in the case of opioid overdoses. And that's both the police and fire department. And that's all I had.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to thank you. Thank you very much for what you said about the compassion aspect. Growing up, both of my parents were addicted to opioids, and eventually my stepfather died from an opioid overdose. So I just want, everyone out there to know that when you treat it like a crime, that no one gets help. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry for your loss.
Okay. Councilmember Fidelli.
Yeah, thank you again for coming. Those graphs you showed us for the usage going down, that's just in the East Bay. Your progress here we're talking about, are those national?
This is just Contra Costa County.
Contra Costa County. So we're kind of a model in this county? Are
I
people
think,
noticing what we do here on this front?
well, we are going to be publishing a op-ed in the East Bay Times next week touting some of this, so we are always trying to let people know. I think this is not unique to Contra Costa. There's definitely a lot of activities going on nationwide, and this should be expected. I mean, if you think about you're turning off the nozzle of new addictions, this is kind of what you would see. And so then the flip side is, what about those who are already dependent? And that's definitely the most challenging piece that I don't think anybody has quite figured out yet.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, Joe Graves, thank you for being here at El Cerrito City Council, and you're welcome to give us updates and come out here once again.
Great.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Next, we'll do a presentation by Badawi and Associates.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Mark Rasaya, Finance Director. Before Mr. Badawi steps up here and makes his presentation, I thought I'll share some prepared remarks to set the context for his presentation. Also give Eric some time to get the PowerPoint presentation up and running. As you know, last year, we changed auditors. We had Mason Associates who were auditors for us for the last 6 years. And we brought in Mr. Badawi and Associates as our new auditors for fiscal 16-17, which ended June 30th of last year, which is 18 months ago. Due to commitments that he prior commitments he had, the audit began in February of this year and ended somewhere in August, with a CAFR being issued at that point in time. And this is the CAFR that he's going to present tonight, the 16-17 CAFR for the time ended June 30th of 2017. Back in May and June of this year, when we went through the biennial budget process, Mr. Badawi came before you and took questions on fund balance and various other things, on adjustments that were made to fund balance. And at that time, I did make a comment that I would bring him back in November to make a full presentation on the CAFR, and that's why he's here today, to make a full presentation on the CAFR. Mr. Badawi will confirm that he has issued an unmodified opinion, which essentially means no findings. In addition to his presentation on the financial statements, he will present a summary of the pension status for the city, the general fund reserve, and other additional information and required communications. That's essentially the scope of his presentation tonight. Amit mentioned that in the 2 years that I've been here, I've seen management letter recommendations of 15 odd recommendations back 2 years ago, dropped to about just 4 in this last audit that we've just concluded. So in other words, we made progress. And that supports the unmodified opinion that he presents for his audit. I would also like to mention that members of the FAB are here tonight to share with you their thoughts on the financial policy that they've been working on for the last 6 months. And the centerpiece of that financial policy modification that they bring forth has to do with a reserve balance or a fund balance specifically dedicated to emergency and disaster recovery. So that's something that the FAB has brought forth with their financial policy recommendations, which we'll bring back to Council either in January or in early February. As you know, in terms of cash flow itself, November, December is typically the tightest period for the city. It has always been that way for the last 6 or 7 years, and this year is no different. But that being said, we have cash to see us through till the next property tax tranche comes across at the end of December. So at the end of November, I expect to have cash of about $2 million, which will see us through till we get the next property tax tranche. And we've got a TRAN of $6 million that makes this possible. And we've done this TRAN since 2012, and I expect us to continue to do that TRAN, in spite of the fact that we have Measure B that has happened in our favor at this point. In terms of Measure B, there's lots being said, and I recognize the importance of fire prevention, mitigation, and all the efforts to prevent that type of a disaster taking place. But I also fully echo the comments made by Council Member Lyman that we need to move on this with great care. We need to keep this in the bank for as long as we can, have a process in place, and get that one going before we start spending any of this. I might mention, just for the benefit of those of us who are in the audience here, we have a very specific line item in the budget for transfer taxes. So the receipts of transfer taxes will be tracked by that line item. And the FAB will be in a position to look at that line item and say, okay, this amount has actually come in as transfer taxes over the next 18 months. Also, given the fact that we are in the process of sorting out the receipt of transfer taxes, which could potentially start from January the 1st, I would urge you to consider seriously to not touch that for the biennial budget cycle that runs through June 30th, 2020. As you know, we are in a 2-year budget cycle, and the budget cycle began on July 1 this year. You would have finished 6 months of that, which is 25% of that, which leaves you with 75% or 18 months of it left to run. And we would just start collecting our transfer taxes, hopefully, in January. So keeping that in mind, and if you keep that in the bank, as I might put it, I would say let's season that, get the process going, get all priorities identified, the costs estimated, and then proceed with how that needs to be spent. I also recognize Councilman Lyman's comments regarding the mid-year budget modification and the need to bring forth something that might take the fire mitigation issues into consideration as well. The FAB is here to pretty much echo the sentiments that I just stated here, but I'll leave them to make their comments at the end of this presentation. Mr. Badawi will also touch on the unfunded liability, the pension unfunded liability, which, as you know, is something that increases annually, and it increases by approximately $5 to $6 million for the city. And he has actually in his presentation, he will share with you the impact of the discount rate not being where it should be. Suppose the discount rate drops to 6.25 versus 7.25, what's the impact to the city? Or what happens if the discount rate goes up to 7.25 to 8.25, what's the... So based on his analysis, it appears that the unfunded piece could be anywhere between $37 and $77 million, depending on where the discount rate falls. As of June 30th, 2017, the unfunded piece was just around $50 million. And we would add another $6 million to it annually as time progresses. So we need to address that as well. And the city needs to, at some point, recognize that there is a PERS commitment that needs to be taken care of as well. So there are lots of priorities out there that need to be accommodated. And we recognize that, and I fully endorse the comments made by Council Member Greg Lyman in terms of creating a process for this and making sure that we collect this, set it aside, keep track of it, have the FAB look it over, and see exactly how much came in, and then decide exactly how we wish to spend that. But I also recognize the importance of taking care of the hillside nature area fire prevention measures. In terms of a PERS update, back in February of 2017, we brought NHA advisors to come and talk to us about PERS and the 5-year spending plan that PERS has each of the cities put together for the next through 2023. And one of the things that they pointed out at their presentation was that we were on the hook for approximately $6 million over that 5-year stretch, which began in 2018. So that's $6 million contribution to PERS between 2018, July 1, through the middle of 2023. I'm going to have NHA come back with a revised estimate of that once they have their reports prepared for it, and have them present to council, hopefully sometime in the early part of next year. But that's something else that needs to be kept in mind when we come up with processes for spending funds and retaining funds. Mr. Badawi will point out to you that we are in almost a dire situation as it comes to fund balance. And while staff doesn't completely agree with how he deals with some of these due to and due from issues, we recognize the significance of his comments. And that being said, there are some of these issues that are legacy issues that go back 4 or 5 years, capital project funds and so on and so forth. And here's an opportunity for us to clean up this balance sheet and take care of it once and for all. And I would suggest, again, I would urge you to consider leaving as much of it as possible in the bank from January 1 through July 30th of 2020 as part of our Measure V funds towards the city's reserves. With that being said, I'd like to now invite Mr. Badawi to make his presentation and take questions after that. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and members of the audience. My name is Ahmed Badawi, and I'll be presenting to you the results of the 2017 audit. It sounds like we're very late on that audit. We're actually caught up with the 2018. When we first got engaged by the city of El Cerrito, we informed them that it was late in the process to go out to bid, and we did not have availability, and we agreed with the city that the audit would start late. 2018 seems to be on track. So I'm going to cover today, I'm going to let you know who the engagement team was, what were the deliverables and the scope of our audit, areas we emphasized on, the type of audit opinion we issued, and summarize for you some of the numbers in your financial statements, provide you some of the required communication that we have to provide to the governing body, give you an update of the new accounting standards, and see if you have any questions for me. In terms of the engagement team, this was the composition of our engagement team. I was the engagement partner. We always have a quality control reviewer in the background. Their role is to review my work, making sure that I adhere to professional standards. We had a manager on the engagement, we had a senior, and we had 2 professional staff. We also had an IT specialist assigned to assist us in understanding the city's computer system. In terms of our deliverables, we were mainly engaged to provide an opinion on the city's basic financial statements. That's really the large report that includes all city funds and all city assets. Because the city is subject to what we call government auditing standards, we were also responsible for issuing an opinion on our consideration of the city's internal control over financial reporting. We performed and agreed upon procedures on the appropriation limit schedule. We have also performed and agreed upon procedures on the master installment sale agreement. We audited the single employer pension plan that the city have, the public financing authority, and then finally the communication with the governing body, which is what I'm doing today. In terms of areas we emphasized on during our audit process, revenues is always an area of a higher risk. So we perform a variety of procedures, including communicating directly with third parties, such as the county, the state, and confirming the revenues that were submitted to the city. Pension is an area that is highly complex in terms of the accounting, and also the dollar amount is very significant, so we spend a lot of time auditing that area and communicating with CalPERS and the auditors of CalPERS. In terms of the auditor's report that we issued, so like Mark said, we have issued an unmodified opinion. What that means is that we agree with the numbers that the city reported on its financial statements. The audit opinion states that the audit was conducted in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. But we have also added a paragraph to the standard opinion to emphasize a matter, which is our concern about the city's financial condition and its ability to continue as a going concern. I will share with you in the next few slides what is the basis behind this concern and how we came up to that conclusion. But other than that, an unmodified opinion means that the financial statements are fairly stated, that all estimates are reasonable, all accounting principles have been consistently applied, and all disclosures are properly reflected in the financial statements. On this slide is just a summary of the city's the city's assets over the last 3 years. And you can see that the two largest assets are usually cash and investments and capital assets. I have to say that in the city of El Cerrito, that doesn't seem to be the case, where you can see that the cash and investment is actually less than some of the receivable balances that you have, and that's normally not what we see in cities, where cash and investments and capital assets are the two largest assets by far. On this slide is the composition of the city's liabilities, and obviously the largest liability is the pension liability. It went up by almost $9 million since last year. And that was mainly, it really had nothing to do with the city. This has to do with CalPERS and their investment performance compared to what they assumed. So we've seen this increase across the board. Other than that, there was really no major fluctuations in other accounts. On this slide is the composition of the city's equity, and that's taking your assets minus your liabilities. And the equity is divided into multiple categories. The first one, which is usually the largest one, is not really something that you can spend. It is the money that you invested in your streets and roads and infrastructure, and is not really in a spendable form. Then you have these restricted categories, and those categories have legal restrictions on them, so you can only use them for the specified purpose. And the unrestricted amount is the amount that is under your control, and that is a deficit, $45 million. However, the deficit is something that we have seen in a lot of organizations. This is the result of reporting your unfunded pension liability on your balance sheet, something that you didn't used to do 2-3 years ago. So that's explaining what the deficit is. You can see here, this is the results of the city's operation over the last 3 years. This is taking the overall city operation, not just the general fund. And there was a significant drop in 2017. Many reasons: increase in expenditures, decrease in some grant revenues, a variety of reasons that caused that drop. We always compare what we call the net cost of service to tax revenue. The net cost of service is looking at how much city departments cost to run, and we subtract from that any revenues that those departments are able to bring on their own, such as grants or fees or anything like that. And the idea is to see how dependent is the city on tax revenues and whether the tax base is sufficient to cover that. You can see that in fiscal year 17, the net cost of service was $28 million. Tax revenues were only $26 million. So there was a deficit here of $2 million. And definitely we like to see that tax revenues are higher than the net cost of service. Focusing just on your general fund, which is obviously the fund that measures the city's liquidity, you will see that your unrestricted fund balance, the fund balance that is under your control, that have no legal restriction and is also in a spendable form or will become spendable within a few months or so. As of 2017, there was a deficit, 186,000. I know that you see a big swing here, but I will explain in the next slide why such a big swing exists. This 186,000 is really based on assumptions that certain money that was lent to other funds will be collected. We have significant doubts that those money will be collected. So on this slide, I wanted to show you that the general fund is owed money by these funds. And normally, when the general fund lend money, is supposed to be very short term, meaning that a grant money would spend some money and a grant fund will spend some money and then they're waiting on the reimbursement, so the general fund will just advance them for a month or two until they get reimbursed. Those types of borrowings have been outstanding for years, and there are no repayments, and we don't see what is the source of repayment in the future. If we were to basically consider those not to be available, then the reality is that your available fund balance in the general fund is a deficit 1.85 million. That's really probably the more accurate picture of your general fund. I have agreed with the city management. The city management did not want us to move those amounts into the non-spendable category of fund balance, and I agreed to leave them until until we finish the 2018 audit and see if those were paid back or not. We're currently doing the 2018 audit, and only a small repayment was made, maybe 300,000 on all of them. So at this point in fiscal year 18, we're going to be recommending that those borrowings be moved into the non-spendable portion of fund balance, which really going to make your fund balance a deficit anywhere between $1.5 and $2 million. So I heard a lot about the new measures that were passed, and I'm sure that that's going to help a lot, but that's going to need to be covered first, since the way I see it is that I heard about the trend note. The way I see it is that the trend note is almost being used as a payday loan, where if for some reason this trend note is not approved for the city will be immediately in that deficit $2 million position in the general fund. So again, that's the main reason why we felt that there were concerns about the city's financial condition and how fund balance was reported in the past. But we feel that, and the accounting rules basically say that any borrowing that is not expected to be paid within a short period of time, definitely less than 1 year, it cannot be part of available fund balance in the general fund, because it is really not available, so you can't consider it when you budget and when you plan on spending, because this money is just not available and may not be available anytime soon, if at all, if these funds are able to pay back the general fund. Focusing on your pension, this was the city's contributions to CalPERS over the last 3 years. So you can see the trajectory that it is going up every year, and we expect that it will continue to go up. If we were to look at your pension liability, this is your safety plan, and you can see as of the most recent actuarial valuation that CalPERS provided, the The city had about $80 million invested. It was CalPERS for the safety plan, had about $118 million in liability outstanding, and that leaves you with about close to $38 million in unfunded liability. If we look at the miscellaneous plan, again, about $32 million invested in assets with CalPERS, about $49 million in liability, so about $17 million in unfunded liability. Mark has mentioned that this liability is an estimate, and one of the most significant factors in developing that estimate is what we call the discount rate. So currently, the numbers were calculated based on a discount rate of 7.65%. So accounting rules require us to disclose to you that if this number changes even slightly, your liability is going to change significantly. So if this number goes up to 8.65, your liability goes down to $36 million. If this number goes down to 6.65, your liability go up to $77 million. Well, let me tell you, since we are reporting on historical information, well, we know that the discount rate have gone down. It is now, for fiscal year 18, we're going to be using 7.15. And then for fiscal year 19, we're expecting even a lower rate. So probably the $77 million is a more accurate estimate, giving the direction that we're seeing CalPERS going with the discount rate. Also, the city offer retiree medical benefits. So this was the cost over the last 3 years. And this is the funded status of that benefit plan. So the city have no asset invested to pay for that plan in the future. So you're on a pay-as-you-go basis. As the benefits become due, the city is making those payments. That liability, based on the most recent actuarial report, was about $5.6 million. Again, this is one of those liabilities that we see the medical rates going up. So this liability is also usually going up in most places that we see. You will also see this liability on your balance sheet as of fiscal year 18 to comply with a new accounting standard. So that's going to increase the deficit that the city have. So that's it for the numbers. In terms of the required communications, we had some audit findings that we wanted to communicate. The city had to restate its previously issued financial statements because there were some errors in some of the financial statements that were issued in the past. Those errors were material, and it reflects that the city's control did not detect those errors timely, and therefore the financials were issued with those errors in them. Also, the financial closing and reporting process was a material weakness. City took a long time in closing the books and getting ready for the audit. However, we have seen significant improvement in fiscal year 18. Like I said, we are currently performing the audit, and we feel that the closing process have significantly improved. Ability to continue as a going concern, I have already discussed that, and the interfund borrowings, again, interfund borrowings should happen only for a short period of time. It needs to be repaid within a few months. Any borrowings that happen between funds that will not be repaid within a year, it needs to be approved by council that there is a repayment plan of how long it will take to repay those funds. Are we going to be charging interest? Are we going to be doing this? But funds should not be lending each other and those money remain outstanding for years without council actually approving a repayment plan for those. There were no compliance findings that we discovered. However, I do want to say that if for whatever reason this trend note is not renewed, that means that the general fund is automatically in a deficit situation, which would make us ask the questions, where did the money come from to cover for those expenses? That usually mean that maybe restricted resources were unintentionally tapped into to cover for that deficit. So in terms of required communications, on the left side, those are our responsibility as your independent auditor. Of course, these are summarized. We are mainly responsible for giving an opinion on your financial statements, for evaluating the city's internal control over financial reporting, for evaluating the tone at the top and making sure management do care about transparency in financial reporting and about sending the right message to the rest of the organization about transparency. We're responsible to evaluate the city's compliance with laws and regulations, ensure that the financial statements are transparent, and to communicate with the governing body. Management is responsible for the financial statements, even though we certify them. Our audit is on a test basis. It does not look at every single transaction, so it only provides reasonable assurance, not absolute assurance. And it does not relieve management from its responsibility for the completeness and accuracy of those statements. Management is also responsible for establishing and maintaining internal controls, for making financial records available to us during the audit process, for establishing controls to prevent and detect fraud and inform us of all known and suspected fraud, to comply with laws and regulations, and take corrective action on audit findings. In terms of independence, we are obviously called the independent auditors, so we have to remain independent from the city, and this is solely our responsibility. I'm not going to bother you with all the procedures that we go through to evaluate our independence, but obviously we have determined that we were independent from the city during this audit process. Our audit was delayed pending actuarial information needed for OPEB. We were waiting on some actuarial information and some additional information that caused some delays in the audit. Those are some of the accounting standards that the city have looked at during the fiscal year to determine whether they were applicable or not. And that's pretty much all I have. So I want to say thank you for the opportunity. I am happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for your independent look at this, and we very much appreciate you giving us these sobering facts. Thank you. Let's start with questions. Greg Lyman.
Good evening. Thank you very much for coming tonight and giving us this presentation. One of the things on that last slide that I'm certainly interested in is no fraud. You didn't detect any fraud in the process. As a matter of fact, if I heard you correctly, we've implemented internal controls and strengthened our internal controls over previous findings.
That is correct. We have not become aware of any fraud. We cannot make a statement to say that we are 100% sure fraud does not exist, but we have not become aware of any.
Right. And then you said it a couple times that it's an unmodified opinion, which is obviously a good thing also. But you did stress the ongoing concern. You did stress that quite a bit, and that had to do primarily with the way funds are transferring money between each other. Is that the one way to characterize it?
Well, normally when we look at the general fund, we look at the assets minus liabilities of the general fund, and that tells us what's available to be spent. So when we look at some of those assets, we see that those assets represent receivables from other funds. Basically, the general fund has given the capital project fund $1 million. It had given the recycling fund about $450,000. It has given the housing fund about $250,000. And then when we look at these funds that borrowed the money, we don't really see any source of revenue that can be used to repay the general fund back. And those borrowings, like I said, they're supposed to happen. They're not supposed to happen for no reason. Oftentimes we see capital project funds borrowing from the general fund because they have a grant that is funding a project. So they spend the money first, and then they wait to get reimbursed. So the general fund advances the money, and then when they get reimbursed, they pay back the general fund. This normally happens within a month or 2, 3 months, not 3 years. So basically, some of the assets that are reported on the general fund as liquid assets that are available for spending, we don't really think they're liquid. They are money that was given to other funds that we don't know for sure if they will have the ability to pay it back.
When you were here in earlier this year, there was a difference in the fund balance because of the timing of when you did the analysis. Can you walk us through that balance problem that you uncovered?
Before that, we focused on only one area. I didn't see to the extent the problem was. So there was, in addition to those funds that I mentioned that borrowed money, there's also the former redevelopment agency have also borrowed money from the general fund. And when I came here, I basically said that this money is not available for spending. The redevelopment agency is paying it at a very slow pace. And we asked the city to remove that amount from the available fund balance for spending and moving it into non-spendable. But then after I had the discussion with you, when we looked into more detail, we found that there are many other funds that also borrowed money from the general fund and also cannot pay back. So we have allowed the city the opportunity and the benefit of the doubt that we did not ask for those amounts to be moved into non-spendable, and we said we'll wait until fiscal year 18 and see was the money paid back or not, and if it hasn't been paid back, then we'll obviously have to move it into non-spendable category. We're currently doing the audit, and like I mentioned, out of the 1.8 or 1.9 million, only about 300,000 were paid back. Currently, as of the end of fiscal year 18, the general fund have a 2.7 million assets on its balance sheet that represent money owed from other funds. So it really would depend on the ability of these other funds to pay back the general fund and how fast can they pay them.
But we have money in the bank. I mean, we're fund balance poor, but not cash poor?
I mean, it really depends on how you look at this. The money in the bank is money from all funds. So this can be money from gas tax, it can be money from grants, it can be money from a variety of things, and not because you have $5 million in the bank, that does not mean that you can use them, because oftentimes they have legal restrictions on them, that they can be used only for a specific purpose. The way we see cities plan is that for those types of situations is that they try to build fund balance and they designate those parts of fund balance into emergency, into economic uncertainty, so they have certain amounts set aside for each type of those potential emergencies in the general fund. The other money is for other purposes, should only be used for other purposes.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think that Mayor Lyman honed in on the things I was interested in. I think I was mainly interested in the change between our report that we had in June, was it? June? And now, and how come this was not brought up before? But it sounds like you have discovered this more since.
I came in June based on the request of the city. We were not done with the audit at that time, and normally we do not communicate any information about the audit until we're done. I have come here based on a specific request from city management to explain why we're making that adjustment. So at this point, at that time, the audit was still open, and we were still looking at things. So I just came to satisfy management request to explain that specific adjustment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Janet Abelson.
It seems to me that what you're saying, among other things, supports Councilmember Lyman's comment that we need to use Measure V funds to pay back the money that you've been talking about. Would you agree with that?
Again, yes, I would agree with that, but I'm not, I just report the facts. I don't recommend to management what needs to be done. I also have not read the measure, so I don't know what kind of restrictions are on the use of the funds. So it will be hard for me to say, but yes, if if I'm in this situation, I'll have to cover the deficit in the general fund first before I do anything else.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Fidelli.
Yeah, so just following on this again, so your discussion on the borrowing of funds, that's a normal procedure, isn't it, for localities to do? If there's no way to find a way to fund it, you go to your general fund to cover that amount.
Again, if the borrowing, the short-term borrowing,
right,
happen on a regular basis, and this is normally due to timing differences. However, when there are decisions that a certain project has no funding and we're going to be funding it by the general fund, this is a decision that normally is made by council, and it is done either by transferring the money to that fund and not expecting to get it back, or if you're expecting to get it back, then there would be a repayment schedule of how you're going to get it back. And accounting rules basically say that if the fund who borrowed the money doesn't seem to have ability to pay it back, then those borrowings have to be written off. And what that means is that the general fund basically write it off as bad debt.
So there's either the expectation that you're going to pay this back, or you
write it off.
Write it off.
Yes.
But some cities do that.
Some cities do that, but those long-term borrowings, because they are not going to be available in the general fund to cover your annual spending, so they have to be reported in the fund balance in a category that is called non-spendable, because it may take 10 years to pay it back, and the general fund focus on what's available today to pay for current expenses.
So I'm hearing something different than maybe what Councilmember Abelson just said, that we're all talking about, and some others, maybe our FAB folks, about putting money into our reserve fund or assisting other priorities. You're saying we need to pay for these borrowings first, or that's up to the council to make that decision?
That's up to the council to make that decision. All I'm saying is that if this money is...
because reserve is different than us paying back the things that were borrowed, correct?
Well,
reserve is separately reserve funds for something in the future that we may spend it on.
Well, the thing is that I'm not sure how you can have reserves when you're already in a deficit. Like, the deficit has to be covered first. Just from an accounting perspective, what I'm saying is that the general fund have more liabilities than assets in reality. Unless those funds are able to pay back the general fund have more liabilities than assets by about $2 million. So eventually those liabilities will need to be paid back. And the way to do it is for the general fund to get reimbursed. If you decide that we're not going to reimburse the general fund, then you write off those receivables from other funds, and that will show that the general fund have a deficit fund balance. Having a deficit fund balance means that, again, your assets are not sufficient to pay for your liabilities. So I'm not sure if you can be establishing reserves. It's the same way like when you have negative cash in your bank account, but you're still trying to set reserves on the side. You're going to have to cover your negative at some point.
Okay. My last question is on, can you go to slide 12? And I was a little confused about what that was, and the drop from 2016 down to 2017. Sure. I mean, what the whole thing is, I didn't understand.
So this is just really looking at not just one fund, but looking at all city funds and looking at revenues minus expenses.
All city funds?
Yes, and looking at revenues minus expenses. So you can see that in 2017, expenses exceeded revenues by about $1.4 million. There were several reasons for that. In the prior year, the city had some capital grants that were much less in 2017. Also, there was an increase in pension costs.
The senior center issue?
I'm sorry?
Senior center issue, some monies that we had to use?
Let me see, I had it written down here. Possibly, there's also $500,000 in overtime for firefighters. There was increase in insurance premiums. So it's a variety of factors. There is really no one reason that contribute to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
You said, I don't know what slide direction it is, but the Integrated Waste Management Fund owes $300,000? That's it there.
449 as of 2017. I believe this amount is less by maybe $80,000 as of 6/30/18.
Great, thank you. Be useful for our next agenda item.
So, do other councils in other cities typically approve these transfers?
Definitely. Transfers between funds are normally, it should be budgeted for. It should be part of the budget process. Borrowing between funds, if it's a short-term borrowing just to cover expenses and be paid within 2-3 months, it does not need council approval. Management do that all the time because you pool your cash of all funds together. But any borrowings that takes more than a year to pay back, or the intention was to pay back over time, this normally requires council approval and requires to have a repayment plan in place. And we as auditors were required to make sure that the repayment plan is being followed, and if we feel that, yeah, there is a repayment plan, but no payments are being made, then we will be coming back and asking the city to write off those borrowings.
And all of these things listed have been outstanding for more than a year?
Yes, for about like maybe 3 years or so. I mean, the amount fluctuates. I think 2018 may be the first year that we see these amounts go down. They've been going up every year. But like I said, I believe as of 6/30/18, they went down by about 300,000.
Thank you.
Okay. Paul, Janet? No. Okay. Thank you for your presentation and sobering facts, and appreciate your opinion on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speakers. Public speakers.
Yes, we have open comment now. How many speakers do we have on this matter?
We have 2 members of the FAB and another speaker, so we have 3 speakers.
Okay.
The first one is Dick Patterson, followed by Marlene Keller, and then Cordell Hindler.
Sure. Let's let Cordell go first.
Go ahead.
So I was the one that signed up first, so I want to put that on record. So I think this presentation was very helpful because it's like it shows what how much money is in the city, and I was like, because when I was looking at this presentation, it says, I never knew there was all that money coming in or going out, whichever is more convenient. So I think this presentation was very helpful, and because it counts on the pension, the rising cost of pensions, and it's like, wow, I never knew this is very helpful. So I find that presentation very helpful. So now, Dick, it's your turn.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dick Patterson. I'm a long-term resident of El Cerrito, and I'm also a member of the Financial Advisory Board, and I currently serve as the chair of that board. The themes we've heard tonight, I think of them in 2 ways. One is risk. We live in California. We have earthquakes. We have wildfires, and we've seen them with disastrous consequences, certainly in the last year. I'm also reminded that about 100 years ago, a fire started in Wildcat Canyon, and the strong winds blew it over to North Berkeley and destroyed about 600 homes. And of course, Wildcat Canyon is the eastern border of our city. So we've heard a great deal about risk and the concerns about risk, and the FAB has had these same concerns for the several years that I've been on that board. And when I think of risk, I also think of financial stability. And so we've heard a lot about that in the report from Mr. Balawi. And when I think about risk, there's two sides to it. There's the mitigation, which costs money, and that we have to do. But there's also how do we prepare for those extreme stresses on our ability to manage the risks when they do occur, even though we hope that they will not. And the FAB has tackled that issue. We've worked with Scott Hanlon as well as with Mr. Rasaya, and we have given it a great deal of thought. What we have come up with is what we call an emergency disaster and recovery fund. And that's not intended to be mitigation. It's intended to be there for when these extreme events may happen. When these events may happen, they may put stresses on our expenses. We may have to have a lot of expenses we didn't plan for, or they could interrupt our revenue stream. We have a bank line of credit, but during a major financial crisis about 10 years ago, we saw banks fail. So we have to be thinking in terms of how do we manage these extreme risks, how do we prepare for them, and how do we do that financially? So we have recommended and are recommending, and I believe Mr. Rasaya said he would bring that to you in January or February. We have proposed that the Emergency Disaster and Recovery Fund have sufficient cash. This is cash. It's not an accounting sheet balance that may or may not be cash. It's real cash in a real bank account. We think that about 3 months of salaries should be held as cash in this account. It's about $6 million. And with the recent passing of the Measure V, with the money that we expect it to bring in, we would hope, and I would certainly pile on to Councilman Lyman's suggestion, and I think Mr. Fedeli also concurred with that, which is that we need to be thinking about these reserves. And I heard somebody tonight say, well, maybe we shouldn't put money into reserves, that we should use it for mitigation. Well, we have to do both, because we have to be prepared for if the risk occurs, where do we get the cash to meet those emergencies? So I hope that when this comes to you in January or February, that you will give it some very serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Quinto, council members, city management, and staff. I'm Marlene Keller, a resident of El Cerrito, and I'm speaking to you tonight as a member of the city's Financial Advisory Board. Let me also say I'm a former auditor for the state of California, and it is my professional opinion that the smartest thing a government entity can do is to change its external auditor. It's very vital that entities do this so that with a new auditor, with fresh eyes, that auditor can look at city finances. So that said, what Dick was saying just a minute ago, I agree with completely. We are saying what several of you on the council have said, that nothing really is better than financial stability and financial resilience. That's vital to a community for people's day-to-day lives and stability. What the FAB is asking you to do is to look at, review, and approve, we hope, the FAB's revision to the city's comprehensive financial policy. This revision includes the creation of a separate, as a speaker, Kathy Fleming, was saying, it's a separate emergency and disaster recovery fund. This would provide this fund with vital, urgently needed cash reserves. And we urge you to grow this fund prudently to about $6 million. Again, it's the judgment of government financial officers that every city, municipality needs about 3 months of cash. And this would meet necessary general fund costs. Some we can't even imagine. Some would be worsened by a disaster. However, members of FAB do recognize that there may be urgent, vital public safety concerns, such as fire prevention, that require some expenditure of some of this kind of fund before even a mid-year budget adjustment can occur. And this is because if you don't, as you know, prevent a disaster like a mega fire, you don't have assets, property assets on the balance sheet, and you don't have revenue sources, homes and businesses, and of course, you may have destroyed the framework of a city as a community. And that has always a downstream price. People won't move back. Insurance won't cover. But what we're asking, very importantly, is first of all, the engagement with the city. We're looking forward to it. That's why you have us as an experienced financial advisory board. Between us, we must have collectively over 100 years of audit and financial budget experience. So the first thing we want to see, us members of FAB, is that the incoming city manager come to attend a FAB meeting at her earliest possible opportunity to discuss our role in the independent oversight of this separate fund. Second, we look forward to your developing a smart and thoughtful budget process and a prioritized plan before fund expenses start occurring annually. And lastly, we expect that this plan will, of course, as you said, as council members said, involve a transparent review of the fund's actual annual revenue and expenses. I personally was very happy to see your engagement on this issue. Most people don't regard financial matters as very compelling, but they are the lifeblood of the trust between voters and elected officials. And I commend your desire, your comments about working sessions, as you have done before, to discuss the city's priorities and how those fall into line with the money that's available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just to be clear, Ms. Keller's comments aren't that the current auditor should be replaced. It is that the prior auditor was replaced within the last year or so. So I just wanted to make sure that the member of the public that responded to your comment understood the context of which you made it.
Exactly so. And if I may add, when I was a GAO trained auditor, external auditor, the first thing I put on my worksheet, my work papers, was how long had that external auditor been auditing that governmental entity. And if it was a long time, I thought I would probably have a lot of findings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Sherry, is that?
That's it for speakers.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, next we will have a public hearing on appeal of conditional use permit 1827 Arlington Boulevard. We're going to conduct a public hearing and upon conclusion, consider adopting a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's approval of a conditional use permit to allow an exception to the main building envelope to allow a height increase for an addition to the third floor of an existing house at 1827 Arlington Boulevard, and that is application PL 17-0154. So item 6A is an appeal of conditional use permit 1827 Arlington Boulevard. We have Sean Moss here. Good evening, Sean.
Good evening, Mayor Quinto, council members. Sean Moss, Senior Planner and Acting Planning Manager. So yes, before you tonight is an appeal of a conditional use permit at 1827 Arlington. I'm going to try to keep the presentation fairly brief. I think that the kind of the essence of the use permit is somewhat narrow, so I'm going to try to keep the presentation to that essence of the use permit. I realize though that the especially the permitted three-dimensional building envelope can get a little complicated, so I'm happy to dive into anything more if anybody has specific questions. So this is a little context for the site. You will see the, oh my mouse arrow doesn't show up there, I guess. You can see this is the project site. It's located at 1827 Arlington Boulevard. The site is oriented north-south, so this particular section of Arlington runs east-west, just as it's oriented there in the photo. Oh, thank you. So yeah, I can use the laser pointer here. So this is the project site. This terrain slopes downhill this direction to the south pretty steeply. The subject lot has a slope of about 28%. The surrounding neighborhood contains primarily single-family homes, 1- and 2-story. Although this area is in the RS5 zoning district, which has a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet, most of the lots in this area are larger than that. So the subject lot is about 7,700 square feet. And you can see, just looking at this exhibit, that most of the surrounding lots are of a similar size. So, as I said, this area is in the RS5 zoning district, which is pretty common in El Cerrito. It's our largest, I think it's our largest zoning district citywide, but it's definitely our largest residential zoning district. So the setback requirements that are in this district, the development standards are pretty standard for this type of single-family residential development. And the height limit is established by this figure in the zoning ordinance. And the applicable section is this bottom one here, which hopefully you can kind of read, but if you can't, I will explain it. So because the slope is 28%, which falls between the range of 10 and 40%, that bottom row there is used. The way that this height envelope is calculated is, you'll see here, it starts here on the sides. So the property lines are located here and here. So this envelope is calculated at the required setbacks. It projects upward to an initial height of 20 feet at the setbacks, and then it angles in at 45 degrees on both sides until it reaches a height of 30 feet. So 30 feet is what's called the base height. So that is basically the maximum height that is permitted by right. The zoning ordinance allows an additional 5-foot height increase to 35 feet. So that is actually what's shown here, the upper line here. So that is the subject of this conditional use permit tonight. So this is the existing house. You can see it both as drawn on the plans in the upper image and a photograph on the lower image. I've tried to kind of scale them so that they correspond to each other. What you will see here is the existing house has a 2-car garage. The existing entrance to the house is here. There is an upper story with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. And this is the main living area here. There's also a lower level, which you'll be able to see better from the rear elevation that I'll show you in a moment. That is accessed only from the exterior via stairs that come down on the side of the house here and come down to a lower deck that's on the back side of the house where there's an exterior door that accesses that lower portion. So this is the proposed project. This is the front elevation again. So you can see here, this is the existing garage door. This is that existing upper story that's located here. What the applicant is proposing to do, they're proposing a fairly significant remodel, reconfiguration of the main level. The entrance, the front entrance would be relocated over here. The staircase that accesses the upper level, which is currently located on the back side of the house, would be relocated on the front here, and that would be kind of accentuated as an architectural feature here on the front. And then this would be the expansion of the upper story. This would be an addition, this portion here. So you can see here that envelope that I showed you diagrammatically is shown here. Hard to see, but it projects upwards at the setbacks and then angles here at 45 degrees until it reaches a maximum height here of 30 feet. And as you can see, it follows the terrain. So the terrain here is even with the driveway, and then it drops off here and slopes down. And so that envelope up here does the same thing. It follows that, it drops down, and then follows this over as well. So you can see here, this is the difference. This is the extra 5-foot difference. So the use permit that is requested seeks that extra 5 feet on the rear. You can see here on the front, it's clearly not needed because this portion of the lot is higher. And so this is actually the height limit, the by right height limit here. So this is the rear elevation of the proposal. You can see, so you can see faintly, it's hard to see, but this is the permitted building envelope here. It slopes up at 45 degrees here, and then it comes across through here. So this is the existing second story here. This is the proposed expansion, existing upper story. This is the proposed expansion of that upper story. And this is where the additional height is sought, is right here. So you can see, if I go back to the front elevation, as I said, there's ample allowance for the height here because this portion of the lot is higher. If we go back to this rear elevation, you can see this is the upper height limit. So between that, the front elevation and the rear elevation, the upper height limit slopes down severely enough to get us from way up there to right here. So when I go to the next slide, you can see, so this slide illustrates the portion of the house that exceeds the permitted envelope. It's really just right here that we're talking about. So the reason I brought that up with the slope of the envelope and those two elevations is because you can kind of clearly see that here. So it's sloping down from the front here pretty steeply, and it clips the back corner of the proposed addition here. So this is the shadow diagram for the project. I bring this up because one of the required findings relates to shadows, views, and solar access and privacy. So I've provided here the shadow diagram that the applicant has prepared. These shadows are on the equinoxes, the spring and autumn equinoxes, which are kind of the medium length shadows, right? The longest shadows of the year would be on the winter solstice, the shortest shadows of the year would be on the summer solstice, and the two equinoxes would be in between those extremes. The top image shows the existing shadow. This is the existing second upper story of the house. It casts a shadow this direction, and it does cast a shadow across the property line here onto the neighboring property currently. There is this tiny little triangle here of area where the sun is peeking through, so that there's not a shadow cast there currently. If you look at the proposal with the addition, you'll see that tiny little triangle is missing. It's unclear, looking at these two, how much of that additional shadow is actually caused by the by the area that is encroaching outside of the permitted envelope, and which again is just this kind of corner in the rear. But given that the impact is so minimal, really just this area, this tiny little area, is the additional impact. Staff feels that the required findings can be made. With regard to privacy, if I go back a couple of slides, you will see that the potential for privacy impacts, which you can see here, primarily exists to this property to the side, because that's where the massing of the proposed addition is focused, is on that side of the house. But you will also see, if I go back a couple more, that in order to clear the required daylight plane here, as it's sloping up at 45 degrees, the addition has been stepped back. So this is the required side yard setback. And this is where the wall of the existing house is. They've stepped the addition back from there quite a bit in order to comply with this sloping daylight plane envelope here. So that really limits any privacy impacts to the adjacent property. And then with regard to views, you'll see here, so the scope of the use permit that is before you tonight is, as I said, really just this exception. So it's this small portion here on the back of the house that is exceeding the permitted envelope, the permitted building envelope. So given the small scope of this, the project would not have any addition, and its location on the back side of the house, the proposed project does not have any additional view impacts beyond what would be permitted by right. So you can see if this portion of the house was eliminated here, the house would the house could still be just as tall from the front and have the same exact massing on the front, and that's really where the view corridor exists, is from the uphill properties on the other side, looking over the property down the hill. So this envelope is consistent across this zoning district. Well, really all of the residential zoning districts, the single-family residential zoning districts. It's obviously going to apply a little bit differently to different properties because it is so dependent on the existing terrain and the existing slope. So I realize that it can get a little complicated. As I said, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. So I'll just conclude by saying that the Planning Commission considered this use permit at their meeting, and they also determined that the findings could be made, and they did approve the use permit unanimously. And then we've received an appeal from a neighbor of the project, and so that's why we're here tonight. But that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions you might have.
Let's bring it back here to the council. Who would like to start? Paul Favelli?
Which side is the neighbor that's complaining? The appeal?
They're, I believe, across Arlington on the uphill side.
Are we going to hear from them or the appeal?
Yes, so,
Okay.
so the appellant, as well as the applicant for the project, will both be given time tonight for presentations after
I'll wait
myself.
with my further questions. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Abelson?
I'll do the same.
Mayor Pro Tem?
The same.
Councilmember Lyman?
I will withhold my questions until later. I've got questions that I think might get answered during presentations from both the appellant and the applicant.
Okay, I will do the same. So I will open now this public hearing. So I'd like to hear from the appellant. No worries.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
My name is Leslie Levy. I'm the attorney for Russ Malboubi, who is the owner of the property that's across the Arlington on the uphill side. And his, obviously, his concern is the view blockage by the addition of the expansion of the building on the third level, because that will cut into, significantly cut into his view that he's had for many years. And the reason for the appeal is that it's clear to us that the Planning Commission is basing the approval on a premise that appears to be false. It doesn't appear that the third floor ever had a permit granted for it. In fact, there is no permit in the records. And that's the basis for their allowing it to be expanded. And then the height limit is the CUP part of it, is really a request to extend an already illegal existing structure. And so if a bit of history to give you an idea, we did submit to you a written statement. I was trying to keep it concise. So originally it was a one-story, 1,170 square foot building, 24 feet high, with the unfinished lower basement noted but not included in that square footage. If you figure that square footage from the lower level, which has been improved and has been made into an illegal accessory unit, then you get 1,600 and some odd 1,642 square feet, and that's in accordance with the Contra Costa County Tax Assessor's records. So the extra or the addition on the top, and it is clearly an addition that wasn't there originally, adds another 700 and some, it's, I don't have the exact square footage, but that part on the top was added after it was built. The house was built in 1954, and then it was sold to the Coates family, and they bought it in 57 and had owned it until it was sold to the current owner in 2016. Mrs. Coates has informed Mr. Malboubi that the house, when they purchased it in 1957, had that third floor addition, and that she and her husband had attempted to do exactly what the applicant is trying to do now, which is to expand it, and it was rejected by the city, and they didn't allow the permit. And then the only thing that happened between 1957 and 1970, according to the building records, was there was nothing in the records between those years. A deck was added in 1970, and that was a permit for the lower level to be built out or to be improved. So essentially what we're starting with is what the Planning Commission is calling an existing upper story which does not conform with the required main building envelope, and this is a legal non-conforming structure in this respect. They're basing that on their assumption that it must have been permitted. They did say that initially the planner had said at the hearing that the permit must have been lost or was lost, and now the story has changed, and it is that a lot of these building records are not complete, and they even said that the permit history for the property is inconsistent and incomplete, but they don't explain in what respect it's inconsistent and incomplete. So it looks like pure speculation on the part of the staff to get this third floor sanctioned. And in fact, what really should be happening is that the applicant should be required to remove the third floor because, as the staff said, that the homes on the downhill side of Arlington Boulevard generally have a one-story appearance from the street. And in the history of the city, there's not been any third stories added. And so to call it a two-story now is disingenuous because it really is 3 stories. And so this planner has said that the location and size of the proposed addition is consistent with the neighborhood and so forth, but it really isn't, because the third floor is out of sync with everything as it is. And so they were trying to parse what was listed as 5 rooms on the original permit and so forth, and the original height was 24 feet. And it's correct that the height was 24 feet, but that included the mid-level, which is the lowest level you see from the street, and the downstairs level. That's 24 feet high. With that 3rd floor, it's 30 feet high. And in fact, they use the word seem to clearly indicate that this is the case, but it seeming to clearly indicate is not, or seeming to be, is not a clear indication that the statement is based on fact, because it isn't based on fact. There's nothing that says it was permitted. They're finding also that, quote, the proposal when viewed in its entirety represents a superior design solution and will not cause a significant adverse impact on residences directly across the street with respect to view blockage is also not well taken, because my client will lose the remaining view that they have of Albany, Emeryville, El Cerrito, the surface of the bay, and so forth. And that's a significant loss of value. It seems to me that if a tree cannot be planted and allowed to grow above into a view, then a house shouldn't be allowed to be built into a view by the same token. So the staff said that they were unable to determine the impact to the adjacent property across the street, since the house sits considerably above the street, but they didn't try to even go look. My client invited them to look, and nobody took him up on his invitation. And so he submitted photographs showing exactly how his view is blocked from there. I think that the staff may have assumed that because his house is much higher, his view wouldn't be blocked, but that's not the case. His view really is blocked. They are also saying that the proposed project represents a significant aesthetic upgrade to the house, making it an attractive amenity, but the expansion of the already illegal 3rd floor represents a significant increase in the value, but it doesn't necessarily to the owner, but it doesn't necessarily improve it aesthetically, because the building envelope will be even more massive and boxy as it appears from the street. There's plenty of room. There's a big lot at the rear of the structure to add on, and our position is that the Planning Commission really did ignore my client's comments and gave him very little time to speak. And it seems to us that this existing structure ought to disqualify the structure from being the basis for creating further illegal structures. And the city has a policy of protecting the amenities of the homes on its hillside, which are, quoting the rule, in harmony with each other, and in order to allow one property owner to expand, et cetera. But the decision that the Planning Commission made is essentially allowing one homeowner to increase his value at the expense of a homeowner that's already there, and really based on an illegal premise or a false premise. And so we, again, request that the applicant be ordered to remove the 3rd floor addition or replan so that it doesn't create a further blocky frontage on the Arlington. Thank you. If there are any questions, I can answer, or possibly my client.
Okay. Let's take this back to the council. Paul Fedeli.
So a few random questions here. So the present occupant of the home to be remodeled was not the owners who did not get permits. Is that correct? Who's going to answer? Someone come up and answer. Or what?
Just point of clarification, are you closing the public comment period and asking questions, or are we going to finish taking public comment before you get to your questions?
Okay. Yeah, so we have to hear to the other side as well.
Right, yeah, the homeowner and any other public comments, but prior to taking questions.
Okay, sorry, it was not on
That's okay, just making sure.
Okay. that okay?
Yeah, I mean, you can ask questions of the appellant if you like.
Yes.
To clarify anything, but in terms of council discussion, we should wait until we've closed the public comment hearing.
Okay, so let's close the public comment.
No, that's
No,
not,
no,
no, no,
that is
no,
ex-
no.
the exact opposite of what I just said.
Okay, but I do have questions for the, don't put the gavel down. Mayor, please put the gavel down.
If the council has questions of the appellant, they may ask them at this time, and then we'll continue on with the public comment period.
Yeah.
Once that's closed, then you can have discussion.
So then why don't I continue?
Do you have questions for Ms. Levy? You don't ask questions of Mr. Moss, ask Ms. questions, okay.
Yes. So your final statement was that you're asking that they remove the present third story of the house?
Yes, if
Which
one
goes
looks at
beyond?
this, if one looks at this in a strictly legal way, yes, that's an illegal nonconforming use. It's not permitted. So the consequence of that normally would be to mitigate that by removing it. But he's asking, the applicant is asking to actually enlarge it, make it even bigger on the third floor.
And was that proposal before the planning commission to remove that existing third floor?
No, the appeal,
In your appeal to them, was that in there?
yes, it's in here, yes.
Okay. I think that's all for you. Thank you.
I have a question. Were there ever any additions made to the appellant's house?
Additions to the appellant's house?
Yes.
I don't know.
Was some patio conversion, but there is no outside addition.
Okay. And is the view of Oakland that will be blocked the only view that the appellant has on the property?
When you say only view, there's only the westerly view of the amenities, or the ones that are highlighted when views come into play, the surface of the bay, cities down below, obviously the Golden Gate Bridge and so forth, are those. So their view right now is partially sort of blocked by that box that sticks up. But the proposal is to enlarge that even and cut out the rest of it, which does have some twinkling lights at nighttime from the cities below and so forth. So it would just be a further blockage of an already existing view.
Right, but do they have a view of San Francisco? Do they have a view of the Golden Gate Bridge?
Well, the Golden Gate, I'm not sure. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
It's basically the way the living room is. If you look at the picture I presented on Planning Commission, I submit bunch of picture, and the picture is from living room and family room. If you sit on the living room, and I took bunch of picture, and you see basically the house across the street. On the left side, you see basically block half of the view, and I mark it kind of circle. If the new plan built, then I have zero view if I sit on living room.
Okay, what if you're on the second story of your house? Are you still able to see the view from the second story of your house?
If I go on the second story, yes, there is some view. Okay. But the question is living room, kitchen, family room, everything in downstairs. I know all of the bedroom is upstairs. I know really the view doesn't matter upstairs because you go sleep at night.
Okay, thank you.
Mm.
Yeah, just in that regard, I believe that when the view ordinance with respect to trees is in place, the same thing applies. It's from the main living area is what they're looking at. That's the view, source of the view, or the point of the view that is considered to be the most important, not bedrooms necessarily.
Right. But I do notice there is a deck upstairs, but they don't use their deck very often.
I'm sorry, a deck?
It looks like there's a deck.
On.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything else?
Oh, yeah, I've got questions for you. Don't go away.
Okay.
Would you be, in a factual basis, would you agree that the front of the house as proposed or even existing is within the base right?
No, that's,
I'm not arguing with you whether it's illegal or illegal. I'm not even saying if it's not, let's assume it's not there today, but the applicant came in and wanted to build something on the front of their house. Would you agree that the projected front is inside the base right envelope?
no, because the base right envelope includes that upper portion, and then they just extrapolate over. And
Mr.
so
Moss, could you come up and please click back your presentation to the...
maybe I misunderstood your question.
No, I think you're misrepresenting what you're doing. So I'd like to make sure that you and I have the exact same understanding.
Sure.
This one right here. Mr. Moss, if you could please outline the base right outline.
Yeah, so it starts here, angles up here to this line, drops down here, angles back, and then goes here.
The front of the proposed house, would you agree is inside the base right envelope? Ms. Levy.
Not if it's based upon the existing third floor.
Assume the parcel is vacant and somebody is coming in to build a new house on this parcel. That's my premise to you. Is this new house, this brand new house with its front looking like this, is it within the base right envelope?
I can't answer that. That's sort
Okay,
of a
fine,
technical
fine,
question.
that's fine. Let me ask you this question. Is it possible for a neighbor to buy the development rights of a parcel? Could your client pay for the applicant to not build the addition? And basically write in a deed restriction that they would not seek a development. Is that something that in property law that you're obviously practicing, is that something that you...
In 40 years of practicing real property law, I've never heard of such a transaction.
But that's essentially what you're trying to get for your client, is that you're trying to... So we're not going to be winners tonight, right? We're going to make somebody unhappy, one of our neighbors, because we all live in El Cerrito. Either your client is going to extract their right over the current property owner and essentially take away what I see as a right for them to build a house that's inside the building envelope, and they're going to get value, or we deny the appeal and they build something and your client loses value. So there's value on both sides. So what I'm trying to figure out is, did you counsel your client about basically buying their view?
No, I did not.
But you agree that it's conceptually possible for essentially the downhill people to put a deed restriction that eliminates their ability to expand?
Of course, that kind of thing could be done. The point, though, is that I don't know the basis for determining the building envelope. And I don't know the technical basis. I assumed that it was based on the fact that there's already existing a structure, and as the planner found, the existing upper story does not conform with the required main building envelope.
It does not conform in the back. Obviously, I've spent a lot of time with the drawings, and there is 2 slides back, if you could. The back of the house? No, sorry, the other direction.
This one.
Can you highlight the area of the non-conforming on the upper right-hand side?
Yeah.
So it's the back of the house.
Here, and it cuts the corner.
Correct.
Here.
So there's the non-conforming portion. The non-conforming portion is not visible to your client. I just want to make sure that you and I are on the same page. So do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Again, I'm saying that...
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Okay. Janet Nicholson.
No.
Okay. Paul Fidelli. Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to, do not pick the gavel up. We still have people to talk. I'd like to extend the meeting till 11.
Second.
We have a motion by Lyman and second by Abelson to extend to 11 o'clock. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Okay. So next, we will go to the applicant. The applicant is allowed up to 15 minutes for rebuttal. Good evening.
Good evening. Would you be able to get HUDs?
I think you're working this one. Yeah.
Oh.
What kind of file is it?
It's something from Google Docs, but you can open it in PDF form. Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine, I think. Sorry, I'm very nervous. My name is Megan Carter. I'm the architect for the proposed project. And actually, I think Sean really explained the issues of the building envelope and the height restrictions, et cetera. So I'm really just going to talk just briefly to the reasons behind adding this addition. So if I can figure out how to scroll through here. Let's see. Yeah, it's not. Maybe just.
Oh, I think you sent it in PowerPoint, didn't you?
There, yes,
There
you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to actually skip past this because Sean already talked to it. So this is the rendering of our proposed design, and Sean's also kind of explained that as well. So I'm actually going to just skip past a bunch of these slides. So these are really just describing the envelope. The blue is the base. The orange is up to 35 feet. I'm pointing out allowed architectural projections such as eaves and parapets. So that's the back side. So it's pointing to that existing portion to remain that's outside of the 45-degree incline plane. And then this is pointing to the addition, our addition that extends beyond the 30-foot envelope. And that's the portion that requires the conditional use permit. So once we, this is the orange is showing that maximum of 35 feet. And so if we get a conditional use permit for that, then that piece of the project can move forward. So let's see. So these are plans. So existing, hold on 1 second, let me get my notes.
Oh, thank you. That I can see there. You've highlighted one of the answers to one
Yeah,
of my
so I
questions.
tried to highlight that. So the existing third floor has 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. My clients would like to, they have a growing family and they would like to continue expanding their family. And so they would like to add a 3rd bedroom and a 2nd bathroom to this floor. And so this is the floor plan that is optimal for them. Basically, they're adding a master suite. And the portion in question is that highlighted red portion. It's approximately 2 feet 3 by 8 feet 11.
So sorry.
Yes.
This is in response to one of my questions, so let me help the rest of the council and the public understand. The question I asked was, where would the walls need to be moved to comply with the by right envelope? And the walls would need to be moved to be inside or outside, whichever way you want to describe it, the red area in order to be tolerated by right. So they would have to move. On our screens, you can see it. If you have the pointer, you could show it to the public. That'd be great.
What do you mean by red?
It's visible, but it's very faint. That's why I'm asking Ms. Carter to point it out.
It is right here.
The lower left-hand corner.
That portion right there. So I've shown you the dimensions
Oh,
too.
now I
I
can
know
see it.
people can't read that, but it's 2 feet 3 by 8 feet 11. So, okay, so that's basically the area that we're asking for the conditional use permit for. And so just to explain a little bit further, so the main floor, the existing is on the right, the proposed is on the left. It's a fairly small footprint, and so there's really no room for another bedroom without expanding the envelope further back. It has the 2-car garage that's required by planning code, and then basically just a kitchen, dining, living, entry, and an office space. And the office is actually quite narrow, so I think it's about 7 or 8 feet. And then down below that is the first floor, and it's actually not connected to the rest of the residence. So although it could be a location for bedrooms with small children, it doesn't seem practical to have bedrooms 2 floors below other bedrooms. And it also would add costs to add the stair. That was not part of their scope for this project. So that's pretty much it. I think Sean has really described, he talked about the shadow study and the building envelope questions. And also, sorry, so I think Sean can also probably talk to you more about the permit history. So hopefully he can speak to that. And in our response letter, we did include an image, one of the appellant's photos. I think it's page 12. It's that nighttime view, and we've highlighted where. So that's in our letter, our response letter, and I don't have that in my slides, but we've included the outline of the building. So we're blocking a portion of his view, but it appears that the bridge is still visible. So, and a portion of the view is actually being blocked by my client's tree. So I believe that can also be discussed.
Okay. Questions from the council? Councilmember Abelson.
I don't know if this is, can I ask about the tree here? Is that allowed? Okay. The question I had is I think I have a pretty good remembrance of the difference between the rights if you have a building and the rights if you have a tree and a lot of those things, partially because I once was on the planning commission, but partially because I also did an addition. So I've been there. Mine conformed, so I didn't require any conditional use permit. But what I'm wondering in this case, so you're saying the tree blocks the view, not the proposed
in the
construction?
addition, there is some blockage. I mean, that's.
But I mean, you're saying that there would still be
The tree
part
also
of
blocks the view, and my clients could trim the tree so that would allow for more views.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yes.
That was
yes,
my
I believe that
question in that case. Can I ask a question question of Sean at this point?
Should I step back?
No.
Or just, I think, so if memory serves me, there's nothing about how many stories you can have?
That's correct.
The issue is height, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the height as permitted by the envelope that I discussed in detail.
Right, but so the issue about permitting.
Councilmember Abelson, we should probably wait for staff comments until we've heard the rest of public testimony.
I'm sorry, okay. I think that was my only.
If you have any further questions to the applicant, you could ask those at
no,
this
I
time,
think-
and then we should continue with the public hearing.
I've covered.
Okay.
Does anybody
I
else?
guess just to be fair, what view does the applicant have from their existing and new addition?
I mean, they have vistas of the city. There's nothing in front of them. There is a property in front of them, but it has not been developed. And their lot is at a 28% slope. Even if that lot below was developed at the planning code's rules, I don't believe that their current views would be blocked.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Carter, you should never let an engineer review your plans. There's quite a few deficiencies in here.
Okay.
You have a notation that you're going to remove the flue,
Yes.
but you have no indication as where it's going to go. And so before I start reducing the size of your master bedroom, I need to know if the flue is also going to reduce the size of the master bedroom.
It will not reduce the size of the master bedroom. I believe the one you're talking about is on the other side of the building.
It's external. It's on, I can tell you where you have a notation that you say, on one of the elevations, you say it's going to be removed, and yet you don't show where it's going to go. Flues do require, I'm looking at A31 elevation, the existing west elevation.
So that's actually on the existing
Correct.
side.
Where will the flue go?
It can go inside the closet of, let's see, bedroom 3. So it'll take approximately 1'6" to 2 feet out of that closet. We'll probably shift the wall there. And so rather than 5-foot closets in both of those bedrooms, perhaps we'll end up with 4-foot closets.
Okay, and is that true of the plumbing chases as well? You've moved all the plumbing in the house, so where will the plumbing chases go? Are we going to end up with a situation where the garage is unusable because you have a plumbing fixture that comes across at 5'11"?
I hope not.
And again, the reason I'm asking is because these all require square footage when they perforate one floor to another.
Right.
And if I'm going to reduce the size of your master bedroom, I need to know that I'm still leaving you with a livable space on that third floor.
So I do think that we can use that chase in the closet, so potentially that bedroom gets a smaller closet, or perhaps the bedroom, bedroom 2, that's slightly larger than bedroom 1, gets an armoire instead of a closet, so that the entire closet can go to bedroom 3. But I believe that there's room between those 2 bedrooms and the closets there to put in adequate chases.
Okay. Can you please, actually, yes, can you go to the slide where you showed the red area which would make your project conform?
Yes.
And why not make it conforming?
So I did come up with some alternate plan options.
Okay, that's good to know that it's possible. That
have-
that might make our decision easier, right?
Right.
Because in essence, you have the capacity to change this to a conforming application and render this hearing moot. Is that correct? I don't know if that's legal anymore because we're here.
Yeah,
but-
it is possible. So if you deny this conditional use permit, then we would go back to the drawing board, devise a plan that did not incorporate that corner of the building, and then we would submit again to planning.
I would not necessarily go that far. But I'd rather have a condition that you make it conform so that we don't necessarily delay your project any further. Talk to me about the kitchenette. What is the plan for the kitchenette?
So I believe that my client is willing to either remove the kitchenette or make that lower portion into an ADU so that it would be in compliance.
Do you have a sense of which?
Well, my client is here, and so perhaps he
Because
might-
that would make it, I mean, I've been advised I can't extort an ADU from you,
Sure.
but we do need affordable housing. So the attorney hasn't leaned forward yet to tell me I'm crossing the line, but, okay, thank you.
We'd
So-
have to talk to Matt and Natalia about that.
Okay, great, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Mayor Pro Tem, questions?
No further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're going to call for other public testimony, allowing speakers up to 3 minutes each.
Okay, Mattias Kyle, I'm not sure I'm saying that right. Kenya Atwi, Kim Settles, and then Mahadi Fard are the first couple of speakers. I apologize if I mispronounced.
All right. Good evening. I'm the owner of the house. I simply wanted to...
Sorry, your name?
My name is Matthias Kyle.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I simply wanted to state that when we designed this this house remodel, we were very thoughtful and careful about not to block anybody's views and do the minimal design that will not interfere with anybody's either view or privacy. The neighbor that we consider that is most affected, especially because of the privacy issue, is our neighbor to the right side, and he's actually happy with our design. He's not saying anything. The one reason we have, because we did not, the main reason why we did not extend towards the back side of the house is because the slope is pretty steep, and it will create the same, it will kind of repeat the same issue, because we'll end up with a house that looks like a set of stairs. And it is also, from a budget perspective, a lot more expensive to build, because we are in a landslide area and we are in a high fire hazard zone. So the cost of extending out is much more than extending only 10 feet to the right to the existing structure. That's basically the main reasoning behind it. I also personally double-checked the dimensions of the existing square footage, and it matches with the original description of the original building permit. So it is unclear why that second story is not mentioned on the original building permit, but when you add up the square footage of the upstairs plus the one we have downstairs, it matches with the numbers that are on the original permit applications. And besides, even if that was not legal, I don't see any way that anybody can live only on the first floor of the house, because almost half of it is just garage, and there is no shower, and there's only a half bathroom and a tiny living room. That's it. Thank you for your time.
So Kenya Adi, and then Kim Settles.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kenya Adi. I am a resident of El Cerrito, and I'm here to support the construction that we're discussing here. And I'm against the appeal, because the way the appeal has been described is a little deceiving. It also hasn't been established that the blockage of the view is going to be so impactful. I believe the construction is going to actually add value to the property, which in turn will add value to the neighborhood. So I am very much in agreement with this construction. It's going to make our city better, and it's also going to continue with our plan of affordable housing. And as a resident of El Cerrito, I have to support affordable housing. Thank you.
Kim Settles? That person here, excuse me. Mahadi Fard? And then,
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Mehdi, and last name Fard. I'm a resident of El Cerrito for last 30 years. So we have a house on a hill which has a view. And by reading this proposal, I'm kind of scared that one day this will happen to me and we will lose our view. If I agree with you 100%, if this is such a small addition and can be done without, then why go through all this and go through this type of back and forth and objections and counter-objections? Why can't we stick with something that is allowed rather than getting the use permit? So that's my comment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
to Joni Hashimi, excuse me, and Rick Kaplan.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Hashemi, and I'm also a resident for more than 30 years in El Cerrito. And I am concerned about this conditional use permit. I'm concerned about making exceptions about certain things that has been established. I mean, your emblem here, you're showing the view. It was almost 40 years when we bought our house. And that's why we invested in El Cerrito, invested our money. Now, you're starting to make exceptions for something that I just, the owner himself said, there is an option that's it's more expensive, and I understand as a young couple, it's difficult. But on the other hand, like when somebody said, there's one person that's going to be unhappy. Why? If that person is a little bit more frugal and takes his time and does something that is maybe more expansive even for himself, instead of making his upstairs neighbor unhappy, then everybody can be happy. So I really recommend that you honor this appeal and do not make exceptions like that I wasn't very clear about how much it seems like the people are not very clear. What is clear is they have another option. They have so much land that they could use for the addition that they need. And I think they should go back to the drawing board and make that addition, and I think you should deny this appeal at this point with so much unclarity. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last speaker is Rick Kaplan. And that person's not here either. So
We have a speaker, though.
Sorry, I wasn't there because I arrived later, but I am the other owner of this property, and I would like to be heard if that's possible. My name is Natalia Carney, so I should say I'm the co-owner. Thank you, by the way. There are a few items that I would like to mention, and the first one is, right now, our property, it looks awkward. It's not looking pretty. It just looks like somebody cut this property in a very awful way, and there are lots of problems with this property, but the main thing is when we first thought about buying it, we were aware of the fact that it looked that way, and we did our research with the city of El Cerrito, and they did agree that there was possibility for also expanding and improving the property. So it sounds to me like I'm hearing so many things, like I have to cut one floor of my property off because they believe it's not supposed to be there. This is sort of he said, she said. Nothing is real, but I never heard of such a thing of somebody asking someone to take a piece of your property off because you disagree with it. It sounds a little too much to bear with. However, I am a mother. I have one son, and I would like to have another one. And unfortunately, the way the property is set up right now is not allowing me to have both children on the same level. I will have to have one son on a second floor and the second son or daughter in the basement. So I can't do that, unfortunately. That's one thing. And the other thing is, like my husband said, thinking that this property wasn't built this way is assuming that there was a kitchen, a two-car garage, and a living room. There was no full bathroom, no bedrooms in this house. When we are measuring the height of this property, we're measuring from the street up. The basement was an addition that was done later on. That wasn't existent, that wasn't counted for when the property was first built. And my neighbor across the street must be a very nice person, but he trespassed on my property 3 times. It is becoming a little bit of a harassment issue, and I realize that we're asking for an exemption, and yes, we could very much make it fit into the envelope and call it a day, but unfortunately now the house will again be awkward. We won't have the space working efficiently for us within the house. That's why we're doing this, bothering so many people and trying to explain that we have an architect who has spent so much time and dedication in trying to show that if we were to be approved for the exemption that we are applying for, now the house will be harmonious, it will be beautiful, and it will be for the best of the community.
Thank you. We're out of time.
They have to fill out a speaker card.
Can you please fill out a slip?
After you speak. After you speak.
Yeah. And please state your name.
My name is Francesca Green. I live on Harvard Street, which is above it. So when you look at the houses, or their house on that side of the street, all those houses are single story. So if they put in another portion of it, the exception was made to put in that single story, but that's thrown the whole look of that street off. So if you make the exception for them, every other house on that side is then going to want the exception theoretically. So then you're going to block every view of everyone behind. They knew what the house looked like when they bought it. If they wanted to expand, and I get it, you want to expand your family, then expand to the back. But you're going to break the uniformity of what the neighborhood looks, and the only one that's going to benefit is them, because they'll have a full panoramic view with nobody blocking them. I don't see how it's going to be affordable housing, because if they ever decide to sell it and they get the addition, it's going to be more expensive, not affordable. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Okay. So we're going to have additional questions.
Can I make a comment, if you don't mind? Yes. Just let you know, let the council know that the new owner bought this property. He's a general contractor. He knew exactly what he was doing. When I talked to previous owner who lived 60 years on that property, she told me that the new buyer, which Mr. Kell, came to the Sunday open house twice. They know exactly what they are looking for, so they were knowledgeable of everything. So, and he's general contractor, he can really build it from the back of the property. Because he's a general contractor, his cost is much, much cheaper, but they decided going with different route. That's all I wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to bring it back to the council for additional questions of staff. the applicant and appellant. Let's start with Councilmember Greg Lyman.
Ms. Carter? The existing foundation is suitable to take this additional load?
Honestly, we haven't gotten to structural or geotech at this point. There's going to be some retrofitting to the existing foundation. That's just, when you're adding that third story to that portion of the house, there will be some retrofitting.
And the cost of that foundation retrofitting couldn't be used for new foundation further down the hill? It's possible.
Yes.
And I just want to reaffirm, it's possible for us to have a project that's inside the building envelope.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
I think I've exhausted my questions. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay, Councilmember Abelson.
I have no further questions.
Councilmember Fidelli.
I had a couple questions for city staff, Sean. I was wondering just how the city deals with when a property is going to be renovated and construction is going to possibly happen to it if permits on the existing property were not met. So we're saying there's some permitting that didn't happen on this house.
Mm-hmm.
And once a new owner comes in to deal with refashioning and changing the house, does the city care that there were not permits? Do you just move on and say, let's start from this is the new beginning of where this house exists?
No, so a property owner at any given time is responsible to make, is responsible for permits on the property. So
it starts new again with the new owner. Being responsible.
Yeah, and any current owner is responsible for that. So if we are aware that there's unpermitted work that's been done on a property, then it is the current owner's responsibility to either remove that work or get it permitted.
So there could be retroactive charges on this house for permits not having been paid in the past?
So as I discussed in the staff report, the permit history is a little bit murky. It's not unusual for older permit histories like this to be incomplete and have inconsistencies. We have the county worksheet from the original building permit, which has some information filled out on it. It's difficult to reconcile that information with what exists on the property.
That was kind of my question, is what does the city then proceed with?
So at some point, the building official has to make a determination about what is and isn't permitted. So I have reviewed this project with the building official, and he did not see a reason to believe that this upper story was unpermitted, given that the only bedrooms in the existing house are on the upper story, the only full bathroom is on the upper story. It's difficult to see, if you look at the main level of the house, it's difficult to see where that ever would have accommodated bedrooms. So it leads us to believe that
there's a judgment call that happens with the city. And my last question is, in a case where a view is so important, I think someone said the city didn't go up to look at, were invited to come up and look at the view. Is there a reason why the city doesn't go up and check it out and say this is a major takeaway?
So that offer was extended after the planning commission approved the use permit. So when we did an investigation of the site and the surrounding area, in writing the use permit in writing the staff report for the planning commission, we looked at views from the public right-of-way, which is what we had access to. You know, obviously, we can't trespass onto private property. And so that's why in the staff report it was written that it was difficult to assess the view because the house was quite a bit above the street. And so without trespassing on the property, it was hard to ascertain exactly what the view was from that property. But we did the best we could and looked at the view from this, from the public sidewalk.
But the owner of the property said they invited the city up there?
So that was done after the staff report was written.
Okay.
And then subsequently, in the appeal documentation that they've submitted to you, they've submitted a variety of photographs. So we felt that there was sufficient information to see the view at this point.
I'm just thinking, as people have said, in a city of views, that should be a key component that the city makes sure a view isn't unnecessarily taken away, because that is value to here. So, okay, thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Abelson.
So what I remember from when we gave people with trees, in some circumstances, the right to a view, and I think I know the answer, but I'd like you to express it. Does a homeowner have a right to a view?
So we have an ordinance that says that trees should not block views. And when they do, there's a detailed process through which property owners can resolve those disputes. The city doesn't get involved in that dispute resolution process, but there's a detailed process that's stipulated. In addition to that, for structures and for additions, we have this three-dimensional building envelope that I described that gets narrower as it gets taller. So it doesn't explicitly refer to views, but the idea is that the massing of upper stories is limited, thereby creating more view corridors.
But there's no right to a view.
And if I may, for the council, just to clarify this point, because I think it's important for the determination here. If you look again at the graphics that Councilmember Lyman was pointing out, and also pointed out by staff, there's a good one on A30 of your big plans if you want to look at that. Everything within that first dashed line is something that they could build as of right without a permit whatsoever from you guys. The CUP part is actually on the back half of that. So that whole square could be filled in with a house, block views all the way up to there, and that's not something that requires a CUP from the council.
Likewise, maybe we said this already, it's the height, it's not the number of stories.
Correct.
That's the issue.
Correct. The development standards set a height limit, not a limit on the number of stories.
Okay.
And you were going through and showing us how you calculate that on a slope.
Right. Yeah. If you have any more questions, I can go into that in more detail.
Okay. I have one question. What is the city's position in views and the right of views in single-family homes?
So like I said, there's an ordinance that says that the trees should not block views, and there's a process for resolving those disputes. But in terms of structures, you'll see in the findings for this use permit, it does refer to views because they're seeking a height extension they're seeking a 5-foot extension of the allowed envelope. So that does call into consideration some findings related to views. But other than those specific findings, there are not any considerations regarding views that you are required to take into account.
I have one more question. Yes. So the other homes on the other side of the street that are, according to the report, people saying in their report, are mostly single-story. What is the envelope of those homes? Has there been any comparison done as to could they all build 2-story homes if they wanted to, all the way down the street?
I can't say for certain because it's so dependent on the topography of any given lot. So without detailed topographic information, it's almost impossible to model the permitted building envelope. So I can only guess that it would be similar to the subject property, but it's very site specific.
Did any of, just a raise of hands, did any of the neighbors look at any of the other properties' envelopes besides this property that's in question? Okay. And
Have him come to the mic.
yeah, please have him come. Just thank you.
I apologize for the way I'm dressed. I had surgery this afternoon, so.
Oh, wow.
Most of the houses on that side, I would believe, would have the right to grow to a second story based on the envelope that was described by Sean. Oh, by the way, I'm Sean Imhoff, El Cerrito resident. So yes, by granting this, you might be setting a standard that you're basically granting things in the future. Otherwise, why would you say no to one and yes to another? I don't know, but I would believe, based on the topography and the houses that are across the street now that are primarily one story, they would all be able to go to two.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions here? Okay. I'm going to call for a motion to close the public hearing. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Lyman and second by Pardue Okimoto. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. So we're going to go through council deliberation next. Councilmember Lyman.
Sure, I'll start out. I will agree with the resident from Harvard Street that an unimproved property is much more affordable than an improved property. There's no question about that. My comment about affordable housing had to do with an accessory dwelling unit in the effectively detached area that was described as being a rental property now, which certainly doesn't sound safe given my looks at it. It probably is such that it's not a safe structure at the moment if it is a rental property. So my comment has to do with essentially one of our findings in our resolution, our proposed resolution, is that prior to the issuance of the building permit, the project shall be revised to include either removal of the unpermitted work or legalization of the unpermitted work. And my comment was around removing an option, and I'm probably going to be instructed that we can't do that, but they can voluntarily agree to something similar.
That's correct. You can require them to come up to code by either removing the kitchenette or by applying for the necessary permits to permit an ADU, but you can't mandate that they have an ADU.
Right. So for me, I did hear the applicant say that 10 square foot area, 16 square foot, 17 square foot area would make their home much more efficient. So it's interesting. It's a 2 glass walls, so I don't know what furniture or what efficiencies they would potentially gain out of that glass area. So that's.
Lyman, I just want to say we're approaching
Yeah.
11 o'clock.
We do have to set our waste rates tonight, so I would like to move that we extend to 11:30.
I hear a motion by Lyman, second from Abelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. I meant to do it earlier. So I'm, our last speaker spoke about setting a precedent, and the unfortunate truth is that they have the right to do this across the front, and it's only the 16 square foot area in the back that is out of non-conforming or needs a use permit, conditional use permit to build, the easiest thing for us to say would be remove that 16 square feet and you have a project. That's the easiest thing for us to say. Knowing what dimensions of rafters and things like that, it's going to be much more aesthetic and much more of a structure that overall serves El Cerrito to build it the way that the designer has conceptualized it. And so I'm torn between having something that's within our current use, base right, or granting this conditional use permit. I actually haven't made up my mind. That's the point of the deliberations.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I do feel for the appellant. I know that if I bought a house and it had views, I would not want those views to be blocked. And I do believe that this appeal has to do with blocking a view. However, it is already the right of the owner, according to the envelope, to block the view, regardless of the decision that we make today. The decision that we make today would impede the person that is trying to build to just having a normal shaped room for their child, and it would still block the view. So I believe that the owners are within their rights, and unfortunately, it sounds like the whole block could build a second story because it's within their rights. And I think the lesson for me is if I ever move up that hill, I should look and see what those next door neighbors' rights are before making any purchase. And I just think it's an unfortunate situation.
Okay. Councilmember Abelson.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Pardue Okimoto that in what she said, and I think it has to do with people's attitude towards a right to a view, and basically what it is, I think, is that somebody across the street does not own a right to the property downhill, or next door or whatever. They didn't actually pay for it. So it has to do with something else. And so I'm inclined to think that it makes more sense in terms of neighborhood values to allow a house to look like a normal house, and to allow a family to have what I would call more normal space in rooms. And so I'm inclined that way.
Okay. Councilmember Fidelli.
Yeah, I think we've touched base on the difficult El Cerrito issue, is how and when to modernize and what happens to a view when that happens. I think in the neighborhood and along the Arlington and various offshoots, there's a generation of some homes that are very small and in need of repair, in need of growth to accommodate families. And my inclination is to go along with our planning commission's decision.
Okay. And looking at the matter and looking at all sides of this, I tend to agree with my colleagues here on the council. Growing up here in El Cerrito, I know many of my friends and neighbors who wanted to stay in El Cerrito. Instead of moving to the outer suburbs, were able to add additions to their small homes that were made post-World War II and the 1950s. So I truly believe that as a homeowner, you have every right to build and expand. I see that the house across the street has a beautiful view on the top floor with a deck there, and that should be sufficient. And no one has a right to make sure that everyone has a chance to have a family to live in their home. New families need more space. So I tend to agree with my colleagues here. So I'd like to see if I'd like to entertain a motion to on the resolution. Do I have a?
Yeah, I'll move the resolution of the City Council of the City of El Cerrillo denying an appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's approval of a conditional use permit to allow a height increase of the main building envelope for a 723 square foot addition at 1827 Arlington Boulevard.
Okay.
And I think you need to, doesn't she need to state the findings? Or do we not need to do that anymore?
We don't need to read through the findings specifically. They're in the resolution, so we're adopting the findings as they're set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Pardew Okinomoto and a second by Abelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously.
One question for my, so there's no ordinance, there's no restriction for anybody blocking view. There's something for the trees, but not for structures. Just for the record, I want to be very clear. So when I apply for my home to build another addition, that won't be, there's no ground for denial from my neighbors upstairs. Is that correct?
You would have to check the city and look at the envelope on the specific property.
Okay. We go to the next item.
Yeah, the whole infrastructure of the city will change. Good, maybe more taxes, you can pay your debt, that's good. I understand. You already had made up your mind.
Okay, item 6B is the integrated waste management fees and East Bay sanitary garbage and green waste collection and processing rates. So I'd like to make a statement on this. This item involves two separate public hearings. We have Maria Sanders here, will present the staff report, which will cover both public hearings. Once we have heard the staff report, I will open the public hearing on the proposed integrated waste management fees, followed by the public hearing on the proposed East Bay sanitary garbage and green waste collection and processing rates. Members of the public will be given an opportunity to speak at each of the public hearings. Anyone wishing to speak should submit a speaker card to the city clerk at this time only. Remarks will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Let's begin with our presentation from staff. Maria, good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Quinto and members of the council. And it's a little bit past my bedtime. I imagine it might be past your bedtime as well. So I have about a 5-minute presentation, and I'll try to make it really quick. I'm the Operations and Environmental Services Manager, and tonight we'll be holding the 2 public hearings in order to set the rates for our solid waste and recycling services. Our division manages the city's curbside recycling programs and the city's recycling center. And we also oversee the contracts that we have with East Bay Sanitary, who's our franchise waste hauler, and Republic Services, who processes all the waste and green waste that is collected. No. Let's try this one. So our solid waste services are funded by 3 different components on our residential and commercial garbage bills. Thank you. And they include an integrated waste management fee, which funds all the recycling services provided by the city.
Maria, can you advance the slide one?
Oh, it didn't.
It started over at the beginning.
Oh, I see. There we go. Thank you. So it includes, these three components include a integrated waste management fee, which funds all the services provided by the city, including the operations at the recycling center and our curbside operations. A per-service rate for the collection and transfer of garbage and green waste by East Bay Sanitary, and a per-ton disposal and processing rate by Republic Services, and that funds the landfilling, the green, dry, and C&D waste processing, as well as our household hazardous waste program. The rates and fees for these three components are based on the annual revenue required to run the operations that provide these services. Every year, staff and our consultants review the revenue requirements submitted by East Bay Sanitary and Republic to verify that they're accurate, reasonable, and according to the established methodologies of our agreements. And as a part of our rate setting every year, we also establish the fees for the IWM fund. So tonight we are requesting adjustments to all the components of the solid waste rates. And this results in an overall increase of rates of 5.77%. And as detailed in the agenda bill and in this slide, the total operational costs, which is our revenue requirement, is actually going up slightly less. It's 4.92%, which is closer to the Bay Area CPI of 4.3%. But once you factor in residents and businesses migrating to smaller garbage can sizes, the overall rates on the actual garbage bills increase by that additional 0.85%. This is a recurring factor in our annual rate setting, and it's due to the fact that our rates are based on the size of the garbage can, even though there's many other services that are provided in as a part of that rate. So residents that migrate to a 20-gallon can service, or a business that reduces its garbage by switching to more recycling service, these are all really good goals. But what it does do is it also, the rates that are needed to cover the fixed cost to provide these services must be spread out over a larger, over a greater number of customers who pay less for the money. So another primary driver of the increase is the dramatic downturn in the global recycling markets, which has caused, which was caused by some prohibitive Chinese restrictions placed on the imports of recycling markets or recycling materials. This is a global problem. It's not just an El Cerrito problem, and in fact, I think that we're hit less hard than many other communities. But this, throughout the United States and elsewhere, these restrictions have resulted in relatively large increases in rates to offset the revenue that was lost from recycling. This is also true of our rates, particularly as it affects the curbside program. Also included in the IWM fee increase is to cover the fund balance of loans that were discussed earlier during the audit report. So this is what our new rates will look like for the different customers served. This equates to an increase of about $2.10 or $2.50 per month for the majority of our customers, which are the 20-gallon and 35-gallon garbage service. And I'd like to end on a couple highlights, which is after about a 5-month absence, we now have a new donation center operated by St. Vincent de Paul at the recycling center. So I'd like to invite folks to come to the recycling center and do their end-of-year donations, tax-deductible donations. Let's see, it also results in some revenue for us. And and our new recycling trucks are now on the roads. This is one of our drivers who are quite happy with the new trucks. And finally, we are proud to announce that the Recycling Center also won an honorable mention from the National Waste and Recycling Association as Best Recycling Facility of the Year. It's important to note that even though we got honorable mention, which, first we were feeling a little slighted by, but our competition were huge corporate, state-of-the-art processing facilities. So they're really meant for really industrial cleaning the recycling that comes out of curbside streams in very large volumes. So I think that they made an exception to give us this award based on the extensive services and the community-based services that we provide at the Recycling Center. So I'll leave it at that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. We will bring this to the council. Let's start over here with Councilmember Lyman.
Sure. Of the $450,000 loan that we're trying to repay, how much of it is being paid back in this particular year?
Yeah, a part of the increase is about 3% of our increase is towards paying back that loan. It's a timing issue though. That 450 is a snapshot exactly on July 30th, 2017, and there is our IWM fees. And our last IWM fee for the year actually comes in September. So it is. It actually kind of, some of that is a reflection of the fact that those fees aren't showing exactly on that they arrived exactly on June 30th. So it's not as large as it seems.
But if I'm hearing you correctly, whatever the general fund lend to the IWM, which may have been to purchase bins, it kind of odd that because we did have the almost $400,000 come from Recycle More at some point. So I'm trying to figure out, because I know my very first meeting back in December of 2008 was to approve $800,000 worth of cans that we purchased our gray bins, I think it was.
Right, for the curbside.
For the curbside.
program.
So presumably we've been, I have no idea what the loan was for, but presumably we've been trying to pay off whatever the loan was. And so I'm trying to understand, will this make that loan thing go away on June 30th, 2019?
No, but over time, over like a couple years, it will.
As long as the rates keep going up. I mean, we have erosion, costs go up, so.
There will be, I think that we have modeled in a rate, we basically modeled in for the biennial budget 2 years of about 7.5%. This year we're putting in 12%, mainly for the recycling revenues was a part of that 7.5%, but then because of the fund balance stuff, that's one of the reasons that it's higher, and it is getting us to no kind of negative fund balance. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I don't know if Mark here.
Yeah, he's still here.
Yes. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm talking about Mark Rasaya.
He's still here, too.
I don't know if he wants to have any other information that he wants to add to that.
I will say the new truck was on my street this morning, and I waved to the driver. He was very pleased with his new truck.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, Councilmember
Just a
Abelson.
quick question. The St. Vincent de Paul, do they provide the same service that the prior?
The Goodwill did?
Yeah.
I believe it's a more superior service. It's the same amount of material there, but the workers that are there are just much more helpful and much more proactive. So.
They do take the same things that they took before?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fidel.
And that's good news. That's good news to hear
Yes.
about that. Two quick questions. We set these rates annually?
Yes, we do.
Every year,
Uh-huh.
we come back for this. And I think we're, maybe as you described it in your paper set out, kind of in a dilemma about as we go towards smaller garbage, people are recycling more, and we're not getting as much money for the recycling anymore. Right?
Right.
Because of
Correct.
China and other incidents that are happening to us. So we're
Correct.
in, a good thing is that we're getting less garbage, but we're not getting the bang from the recycling that we used to.
Yes, that's correct.
So is it every year we're projecting out, maybe it's going to,
Yeah, we're modeling on it. I do believe that the little silver lining to what is happening in China is that it really, there's some soul searching that we all have to do about our own recycling habits and the way that we go about doing manufacturing. So I know that the state of California is looking at how can we become a little bit more resilient so that we're not so dependent on outside markets. That will take time, but I do believe that in terms of the rates, we have kind of modeled in what we believe, because we are still getting money from the center, because it's all sort of source separated, and that hasn't that value. We're actually working harder to get more value out of that in order to make up the shortfalls, and I just do believe that at one point or another that the markets will begin to recover. Having said that, we are not modeling any more, we're not modeling that we're going to be making more over time until we see that happen, because we don't know when that's going to happen.
and last quick question, and mainly about the cost of this effort. I know there's an effort to educate our businesses on organics.
Mm-hmm.
Can you update? I mean, that's a 3 or 4 year effort going forward.
Yeah, and it's actually right now. There's the state has a mandate that mandatory commercial recycling and mandatory commercial organics recycling. As of January 1st, 2019, businesses and multifamilies that are of a certain that generate a certain amount of waste have to comply. So we are spending time with those businesses, making sure that they comply, documenting that compliance for CalRecycle, who's the state entity that's mandated it, and are in charge of regulating it, and also providing technical assistance on both.
The cost for us doing that?
Staff time.
Staff time?
Yeah, staff time. Yeah.
Hang in there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Lyman.
Is there any reason not to increase the fees to cover our loan faster?
No, there isn't. Just other than, the impacts on ratepayers.
But then we would be able to either hold the rates steady or even reduce the rates next year, theoretically, hypothetically.
Yeah, I do. The rate that we set this time around gets us to a place where it's not fully paid back, but it is at a rate that the next year it doesn't have to be that high because the way that it's modeled is that we are now at a place where we're not dipping into what was our fund balance. The recycling center, or not the recycling center, but the IWM fund had a fund balance.
Right.
And we were dipping into that, but now we're at a place where that is where the fees really pay for that without dipping into a fund balance.
There is a fund balance.
Yeah, there is.
It's more than the money due the city, the general fund.
At this point in time, it's slightly negative.
The fund is negative?
Yeah.
I just pulled up the budget. I guess we could talk about it offline, but the budget had a $600,000.
That is assets. Yeah, so that's the assets. I'm sorry, I meant to say that it's the unrestricted fund balance. is the negative part.
Great, thank you.
And it's a relatively small negative balance.
Do you recall what rate increase we, Recycle More approved last week? Was that 5%? 6%?
It was 7.1.
7.1.
Right.
So we are not going up as much as our regional, that's what I'm saying. There's some room for us to have the same parity as our neighbors, and recover this balance faster. So I don't know what numbers we have to tweak to do that, but I'd be inclined to be fiscally prudent and try and get us healthy as fast as possible. I don't know if Mr. Versailles has any recommendations, or if our waste hauler has any recommendations, if Mr. Vigoni has any recommendations either. Did you hear the Assistant City Manager's question? Her question was, if we change the rates, do we have to extend the hearing?
Lots of thoughts going through my head. Yeah, that's a potential issue in terms of changing the rates. We'd have to renotice it, and also, in addition, we may have to revise the fee study to justify the increase in rates above what's selected.
Also, if I could, there's a lot of math and homework that needs to be done. As you recall, those numbers were from more than 18 months ago.
Yep.
And if it was the wish of the council, we could do a mid-year adjustment to the rates. We haven't done it, but we could. But we would want to time it properly to not be that disruptive. But I think we want to look at it in terms of all of the issues that came up today.
Great,
and
thanks.
where we actually are going to be, and not just take a guess tonight.
I withdraw my question. Speakers at this time.
Okay, good. So I'm going to call a public hearing on the integrated waste management fees. Each speaker is allowed up to 3 minutes for remarks.
I have no cards for
Okay.
speakers.
Move to close.
Okay. So I hear a motion to close from Lyman and a second from Abelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So council deliberation wants to start.
We have 2 motions tonight, if I read my packet correctly. I would gladly move a resolution of the City Council of the City of El Cerrito establishing maximum allowable rates for the collection of garbage and green waste effective January 1, 2019.
Okay. Second.
Second?
Okay. We have a motion by Lyman, second by Abelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'll move a resolution of the City Council of the City of El Cerrito fixing and setting the integrated waste management fees effective
Excuse me,
January.
I think we're supposed to conduct a second public hearing before we do that,
wasn't-
as much as we'd all like to get out of here.
It wasn't one joint public hearing?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
So I'm going to open the public hearing on the East Bay sanitary garbage and green waste collection and processing rates. Each speaker is allowed up to 3 minutes for remarks.
We have no cards for speakers.
Okay.
I move to close.
Okay. So a motion by Lyman, second by Abelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. That's unanimous.
I move a resolution of the City Council of the City of El Cerrito fixing and setting the integrated waste management fees effective January 1, 2019.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion by Lyman, second by Abelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay.
I move extension of the meeting by 5 minutes to the hour of 11:35.
Second?
Okay, a motion by Lyman, second by Abelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous to continue our meeting till
11:35.
11:35. Okay. Okay.
I
next.
just want to let you know I have two cards for public comment. I don't know if they're both here.
Okay. Okay, so we are on 7A, and 7A is adopt a resolution approving an employment agreement between the city and Karen Pincus to be our new city manager. Okay, One thing, I have something here to read, and I wanted to say, as of January 2017, state law requires every legislative body of a local agency to orally report a summary of proposed action on salaries, salary schedules, or fringe benefit of executive level employees. In summary, if approved, the employment agreement for the new city manager would set her base salary at $19,166.67 per month and provide most of the same fringe benefits as the city management employees receive. Additionally, provides us 75 hours of administrative leave annually and payment of the premium on the surety bond that the city manager is legally required to post.
I guess I'll do a quick little staff report, for lack of a better term. Since July, Mayor Quinto and I have been meeting with council and the assistant city manager to discuss contract terms and rate. And I will say that it was a pleasant experience to negotiate with Karen. She drives a very hard bargain, and I challenged her to take that to all of our other matters that she will be representing us on. So thank you, and I look forward to many years of working with you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, it's getting late and I'm having less to say, but I'm just excited about being able to work with Karen, and I think that she's definitely going to be worth every penny that we're paying. And I wanted to let everyone know that we seriously took into consideration, what other city managers are being paid in this area, as well as making sure we came in somewhere between our other highest paid employee in the city and below where our exiting manager is at right now. It kind of makes me wish I would have gone to city planning school a little bit, but but I will do my job from this seat, and I just really look forward to working with Karen over the next several years. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Abelson?
Yes, hi, Karen. I remember when Karen started here, and she's come a long way. And anyway, I think this is a contract based on good consideration, I guess, if you want to call it that, and I'm ready to move forward.
Okay. Councilmember Fidelli?
Congratulations, Karen. I'm very pleased that you've moved to El Cerrito. And that view that we've talked about all night, I think the view is going to be from that office upstairs, that you're going to be spending a lot of time looking out that window on San Pablo Avenue. And it's going to be great fun working with you, and we've got a lot to do. Okay? Thanks.
Okay. And as mayor, I had the honor to work with Councilmember Lyman on this, and to work with the city attorney. And I want to thank staff and the city attorney that helped us coordinate this. And it was a pleasure negotiating with the assistant city manager and our future city manager. And when Scott Hannon and I and our police chief flew out to Baltimore and to introduce you as the new president of the International City Managers Association, I knew then that we are very lucky and very blessed to have you as our incoming city manager, and I look forward to working with you for the next 4 years. And it's going to be challenging at this, and but I know you're the right person for the job, and I want to say congratulations to you. So
Speakers.
Yes, we have 2 speakers.
Yes. And the first one is Cordell Hindler, and then Christian Teal.
Okay, so Good evening, Mayor Quinto. And I know I'm gonna cut this real short because it's getting time late. So I've been in part of these special meetings that y'all have had in recent months. So I said this would be opportunity for Karen to, to step in Scott's shoe. I know it's going to be some pretty big shoes to fill, but I'm sure she can do a wonderful job. But you need a city manager who will work with not only but with this council, but departments and members of the community, because they might have some inside, ideas that would like to bring forward to you. That's one. And then number two is you got to set a vision. As we move forward to 2019, depends on what the outcome is going to look for the new council coming in next month. You got to make sure that vision is set in stone. And number three, you always got to have a good sense of humor, because when you're under crunch time, you got to figure out that you got to have a good laugh, to laugh off all your problems. So I think that having Karen here as your next city manager will be very helpful. And so, Christian?
Move to extend 5 minutes to 11:40.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to extend for 5 minutes from Lyman and second by Abelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Good evening.
Greetings, Christian, El Cerrito resident. I welcome you to the new post. I do want to caution to the city, since what we heard today about the dismal budget, report about the audit, there has been overspending, including the $85,000 plus that were spent on the flyers for the Measure V. Now Measure V comes into effect. You won by a small margin. You are going to get this revenue, but you're also prone to going bankrupt, as I said before, at this very council right here. There is a chance that El Cerrito, if it continues overspending, which includes new incoming city manager, $220,000 is about $20,000 annually more than Jerry Brown, the California governor. So I'm having a hard time understanding what actually warrants this kind of pay plus pension. And given the dismal fact that, what we've seen today in the numbers of what the city has and what it has spent without getting revenue in is shocking. Or equally shocking is some of the city council members' obvious ignorance about the status of the budget of the city. And I thought despicable was watching Scott Hannon play on his cell phone while the audit was being presented in City Hall at City Council. So that kind of reflects the kind of work ethic and attitude that apparently has been exhibited here, and which brought the city to be in such a dismal financial state. So I just want to say that I'm not happy about where the city is financially, and I think the new incoming, city manager is getting paid a very high rate, and I think it is time to have El Cerrito Council consider cutting spending and not overspending more. Manners usually dictate that I conclude this by saying thank you, but I can't bring myself to say thank you because I don't see any reason for that.
Have a great night. Okay. Is that it, Sherry?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll bring it back here to the council.
There's a resolution in here somewhere.
Ready to move?
Okay.
I move the resolution of the City Council of the City of El Cerrito approving an employment agreement with Karen Pincus to serve as city manager.
Second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion from Pardew Okimoto, second from Abelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Use that gavel.
And one more thing here. We have City Council local and regional liaison assignments. Anyone care?
Move to table.
Okay. Do I hear a second on that?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So we're going to adjourn this regular city council meeting. The next regularly scheduled council meeting tonight, this meeting is on Tuesday, December 4th, 2018 at 7 p.m. in the city council chambers. Have a good night.